Si bomba atomica. Nice, qërë beso mirë, pështem man, ose. Qërë.
Europin maajat, se syniast veçnalt. Heroint itakuem, heroin ubanam vet. Kosovo, atyku tåkamer frun, andra marin hav. Haidetat jägimarinen. Tas, ostkoa, mes kruit ämnintan.
Hello. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, in the left.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's so quiet,
I
isn't
got
it?
you in the left. Bing bong.
Game. What? Romania beat Kosovo. Oh no, that's Dota.
Yeah, yeah. On CS stream. Kosovo win. No way.
Boom, boom.
Hey guys, what's going on?
It's your boy. I remember when that used to be like a KSI's thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's your boy KSI Legendary.
Yeah, he used to be the goat.
Is there
Now
no
he's-
Wi-Fi here?
Now he's a prick.
Yeah.
Low. I got low connect. Oh, no, it's gone.
Oh, PU. I can't even doom scroll. I guess just play Balatro.
Bom, bim, bom. Also, well, I get a little bit of mobile data, but it doesn't feel that good.
Yeah. I don't even have the thing set up. I might do it later. Man.
Oh, apparently they can hear us.
What?
Shout out Dad one time.
Shout out Father Rogers.
Indeed. All right, so I guess we are indeed a little bit live. Semi-podcast mode here.
That means I can't play Balatro.
No, indeed. You have to
Damn
do your
it.
job, sir.
Damn it. But shout out Father Balatro. Father Balatro?
Father Balatro. Well, I mean, to be
Father
fair,
Rogers.
it is one of the games of all time.
Yeah. Shout out Mr. Rogers. My goat. Love the guy. All right. You want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to be getting into game pretty quickly, bro. I think that's what my man was saying. So
Nice. 5 seconds.
feeling good about it. We have had the marquee matchup of the day, of course, a little bit earlier. If you did miss that one, you want a bit of crowd energy, maybe go back and check it. Team Kosovo looking hot. We've got Ukraine up against Slovakia here. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. A little bit more Counter-Strike on the screens.
Legitimately, this Ukraine side are a real dark horse for this tournament. This is the TNL roster, and they're spicy, man. They play some good Counter-Strike. I casted their debut HLTV game, which was back in Elisa. They came through the open qualifier. Everyone kind of thought they were a little bit sus because they're sort of out of nowhere, and they've started to really make a name for themselves. They're a really, really cool team, and they got a lot to offer up. So keep an eye out for these guys. I think they might be quite interesting here in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ranked pretty highly at the moment.
Yeah,
Definitely a team that are, as you say, maybe sneaking through and not being all that noticed, but continues to be a region of absolute monsters, you know, just printing out these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at now this kind of region as a whole, having like 2 really solid top teams, them and Bay, right? And then having a lot of talent kind of dotted in around here, there, and everywhere. Cool team, man. Cool region. Pumping out a lot of time. We hopefully should be getting towards this game sooner rather than later. Don't know.
I think players are in server and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so,
don't know the Vita just yet, but unless it's on HTV.
I'm keeping an eye on it. No, not at the moment. So just sort of waiting for that to get updated. Other side of things, of course, you got Team Slovakia. Also, some recognisable names on that one. Mikey and the E-Live, I think, will be the ones that people probably know the most.
Yeah.
Another region sort of trying to lift itself out of the tier 2, I suppose, similar to the Czech Republic earlier. They usually have a little bit of crossover, those two countries. A lot of players have played together and whatnot in the past. So, yeah, should shape up to be a decent game here. I think you have to lean the way of Ukraine, of TNL, just because they are, again, an official team and on a decent streak at the moment.
Yeah.
But certainly always possible, for sure. Some nice aerial shots here, I would imagine, of Pristina.
Yeah.
A
lot of
nice
traffic
spot.
on one way.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic. It's sort of a one road system, which I can get behind. We have been in some places, haven't we, with interesting traffic. So so long as it's moving, I'm not complaining.
Shout out Mongolia.
Yeah.
A lot of traffic in Ulaanbaatar. That place.
Yeah, can you call it traffic if it's just like
It
stop
stands
though?
still. Yeah,
Is
exactly.
it not just a massive car park, you know?
It's a good way of putting it, actually. Yeah, very, very true.
Uh,
It is legitimately quicker to walk anywhere you want to go than it is drive.
this
there.
is nice. Where the hell is this? You know,
Yeah.
take me there.
Get me
I
up
do.
there.
To be fair, we did have a lovely little drive across from the hotel, where you know you sort of come out onto the main road, and then there's just
Yeah, yeah.
are they
yeah.
rolling hills, mountain? Would you call them mountains? Maybe.
Like more.
I don't know what you class as. How tall does a bit of land have to be
Yeah,
before
what
you
is the
call it a mountain?
classification of
Yeah.
hill to mountain? I guess maybe the rocks in the like the.
Yeah, I
showing,
feel like
right?
maybe some snow on the top.
Yeah,
Gotta have
yeah.
some snow on the top. Alrighty, so looking good here.
Been told 5 seconds. Should be getting this game underway momentarily. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, man.
That's so sick.
Oh, there you go. I want to
Ah,
be
the
those guys
fella's
having
walking.
a little walk. But here we go. We are indeed
Hello.
into the action. Out on Nuke. Mikey to find the first head. It's going to be a burst out on towards the A bomb site. We've got the Julies in. Solidly holding. Looking good. Just Fleerax, the final player, does have that bomb, so could make his way down towards B. He's not feeling too confident for it. Going to have to take a fight here to make this round happen by the looks of things. All on the timing. He's been spotted out now, but you know, the Glock, ever deadly. If you let it get too close, could be dangerous.
True. Don't let it sneak up on you. I think it's actually really well played here from Tagged. Just pull away. I don't really think you need to do all too much in this situation. Given the space, he's so low. Any kind of fadeaway bullet will be fine. And I like this. He's just playing at range. The right way to approach this one. Minute to work with. 1 versus 2, but it's just that low HP that makes you feel like there's no real belief in a round like this. And he should be walking towards his demise momentarily. Tag softening. Oh my. That's a lovely little shot. You get a plan here.
Yeah, for sure. Playing patiently. Waiting to see if a player comes up. Oh, that's a lot of noise. Mikey trying to close the gap quickly here, so not playing the secret game. Maybe knew that he was indeed low. And it will pay off. So, first round in for Slovakia. It's a nice start.
We actually got Slovakia right in front of us as well.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
had the Nices there as well. Just as, but yeah, Mikey, great start for him. Of course, super talent, Mikey. I mean, especially tailing the last year with the MRQs coming up. I mean, he was kind of on a lot of people's radars. He's got that stand-in stint with OG, right? Which I'm kind of surprised never worked out. I actually think he did really, really decently there as well. Played with Unity, of course, where he really made a name for himself. So yeah, like a real talent. And obviously starting very well. 3 kills to his name as well. 2 for Peepo, another name as well, who kind of came slightly out of nowhere and started to really prove what he can kind of bring to the table in Tier 2. Still think, though, this TNL side definitely a dark horse in this tournament. I'm expecting things out of them. They just seem like they've got tricks up the sleeve. They've got depth. Just whether they can replicate it on land.
Well, this is it. Maybe some pressure on them. I think they come in as one of our, you know, dark horse teams. Maybe up there with the favourites potentially.
Yeah.
So, expectations for sure. First kill does come in for them. They have this hero AK, I believe someone's dropped across to make that happen. Another kill as well. So looking very, very good. Decent information on the player downstairs. They're going to move up towards Heaven, up towards A. And I think with the move there from Reelson not really creating any kills, it's probably going to start to look like a save.
Yeah. Nice kill from Onyx as well. Onyx and names keep an eye out for. I've seen this guy do a lot of decent heavy lifting at times. Not always kind of consistent when it comes towards the numbers, but when he gets going, he really just get fired up. Tagged. He's just holding to see whether there's any exits that'll come his way, but Dowie, nice work from him. He's going to find one of his own as well. Even the Alive, they're all to do, and a great response coming through from Ukraine. And actually, this round is basically all off the back of the fact they got a bomb plot in that previous round.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the space created for that is a big deal. And these T-side force buys, as we know, can be very, very scary indeed. Just looking to get those individuals warmed up. Elive will keep a hold of his FAMAS. It will be a force into the next. So what is the game plan here? Have they got anything sort of in the back pocket? They're going to take an early, very early tactical timeout with this one.
It's a bold call, actually, this early on. I mean, it's one of those where I guess, you know, ultimately it's not really the end of the world using it now, but it's just traditionally, you don't see them call this early. You normally don't like to try and get just a couple of gun rounds out the way, just to kind of get an understanding of what the defaults are looking like and get a bit of an understanding of how they like to set up the pace they like to play at as well. But for Slovakia, they want to cut something out nice and early. Also make the big call of, do we force buy back in ourselves? Do we sort of do that fight fire with fire? Vito is there, of course. Ukraine picking in towards
Cool.
Nuke. And Nubis is the pick by Slovakia as well. But the Nubis is not a bad map for TNL, so that one could be kind of interesting too.
Yes, certainly. I think at a tournament like this, you kind of have to pick into your own strengths. Vito, keep it simple, you know, you don't want to go too deep with it, and get a good feel, particularly on day one, get a good feel for playing in the LAN environment.
Yeah.
And there's a couple different switch-ups. We've got like booths for some games, stage for some games. Dodgy nade. We always catch him on stream as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You know, he really could have gone completely unseen doing that. Shadow spotted here. Ooh, Ken with the nade. Doesn't find the kill, but it will help with the next. Bit of a front flip from Peepo. And probably looks to be another hold of these weapons. Not really too much coming at the moment for the CT side.
And be down to Mikey. Could maybe, I was going to say catch one if they're trying to fade the smoke there, knife, but he actually makes a smart call just to fall back. I think that's the right way to kind of approach this here. So, bomb down, and now it's the call to save Slovakia, but hunt if you're Ukraine. You want to start looking to put pressure on. You know they've invested in. You saw that FAMAS earlier. You've heard the MP9 spray as well that you know they've brought into this round. So make it as punishing as possible to really make the buy going forward super awkward. Make it, I guess, prolong until they come back in with full investment, until we see them in the spot with things like AWP. That shot from Tag, only a brief kill, and he gets quickly traded.
Other two should be able to save here, I feel. Not too much of a worry. So, looking good, but need to see again if there is anything in the back pocket. Nice little snipe there from Mikey as he gets the M4 upgrade.
We'll take that. Take that all day. Not too much to be had around it, but I guess we can talk about silver linings a little bit. Ukraine, 2-1. Momentarily should be made 3 as well. Just got the better weaponry. I mean, Mikey would have to do an insane amount of heavy lifting in this round to make it even remotely kind of plausible.
Straight rush on towards the A-bomb side. The pace change up once again here. Not going to work out. They're set up pretty well for it, to be honest with you. A lot of CTs in and around the area. Still got that M4 in the right hands. So just 2 remaining here. They will get the bomb down, however, Team Ukraine. So not a bad look. Can they do anything with that now? This is where it gets a bit harder for the CT side because they've got no kits, they've got no utility. But well played on the numbers game. Should have been at least one for Ken, you feel. A tap onto the bomb. Flurak's just playing it slowly. He's hoping that they're not holding, but they are indeed. Is he going to take a peek at the bomb? The answer is no. Down he goes. And so a big old steal there from Slovakia, to be honest. I'm pretty sure that was 0 investment.
It's a great round. I mean, there really is kind of an inexcusable loss in a way from Ukraine. They were just so sloppy in terms of their approach.
Yeah.
Really kind of felt unnecessary, not only the kind of the pace, but the type of fights they were taking there. Really way too easy for Slovakia to see that one over the line. And credit to them as well. It is massive, not only tying the game up, but doing it with that level of a buy. And then having 3 left alive, which means recovered weapons and less of an investment. So as a whole, Slovakia are loving that sort of situation. Ukraine, they can buy it back in themselves, but it's through gritted teeth as they know they should not have lost that round, and definitely not as easy as it was. Their outside presence are going to be the guys trying to lead the pack towards outside.
Mikey on the edge here, looking to make a play, and he will peek out at the perfect time. There was a break or a flash or something. I maybe expected him to get even more than that. One, not quite going to be enough. He was the outside player as well, so you sacrifice a lot of control downstairs. A lot of info is the key thing. Where are they going? What are they going to do with that? So we have a few players just slowly contacting in here. Looking to find the all-important frag. Reelson got to be careful. They're about to come around the corner. He gets side-swiped here, and so does his teammate. There is another player holding down the fort in the form of the Elive. Is the trade going to be there? The answer is yes. I would have said a risky one from Niffy, to be honest. If that went against him, it would have allowed the CTs to get back into the round. As it is, it works out. So a 1v3, and again, an unlikely one here for Tagged.
Yeah, it's really that question of, do you actually just save here? And I think this is the right call. Keep all of the M4. They just don't really have kind of consistent money with him and Reelson in a spot of real weak econ. It's probably for the best. Maybe play exits, have a little look, but don't hard commit to a retake. Don't hard commit to a sort of round like this. And yeah, he's made the right call. Going to park him into his garage and see if he can catch anybody just lurking around. And they are, you know, kind of close to him. So it still feels like he might be called upon in terms of a fight. Just keep the 10-4 alive and you are fine. He's safe to save. Now knows he's safe to keep this one alive as well. So Ukraine back to winning ways. We still want consistency. We still want a little bit more, but you know, at least for now, we'll take that.
Yeah, and thanks to, of course, the way that second round win went down for Slovakia, they've got a lot of money to play with, so they can even get the AWP out, right? Mikey had saved an M4, then won the round, so he had loads of cash coming into this round. I think he might have dropped an M4 and an AWP, quite potentially. But all the same, can Ukraine keep it going? It's been a very back and forth kind of game so far. And usually once it breaks, it can be really, really beneficial for the team that takes that momentum.
Nice. Just dropping back down to join the rest of the pack here. Deep util thrown by Slovakia. They're really taking a lot of early control, in fact. But it'll work well for them for the first. Reelson, down he goes. Tagged is here, but a quick trade will come through. All for Pipo. This is a guy, of course, who took over the reins of AWPing from Oscar as he moves on to Inner Circle. He's got a lot to prove himself. Mikey gets caught. That's not what you want. And unfortunately, Pipo and the Alive just got to keep hold of what they've got. They don't really get too much of a say in this one. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. But it is Ukraine actually flying a little bit now. Really starting to kind of find a bit of consistency and a bit of form and starting to show just where their level's at. Slovakia needs to be a little careful because they can't afford to be having these chop and change momentum kind of moments. In a way, it just completely kills the CT economy. They can't afford to be going back and forth like this.
No, absolutely not. And it looks like the weapons are under threat as well. Good cover from the E-Live, really big deal. As they might be able to do something with that. I don't think there's going to be anything around it, but, you know, get the M4 and the AWP in the right place can be devastating. Really fast-moving game so far as well, it feels like, you know, especially for Nuke.
Yeah.
Tends to be a bit slower, a bit more thought out. We have had 1 or 2 rounds like that, but ultimately just working off of those early picks are the Ukraine. And this is another one where we look at it, and you look at the entirety of Slovakia. Can they match up on a form level? Can they match up on an individual level? And at the moment, Ukraine's saying no, and proving why this is a pretty clean pick for them at the moment.
Double stack here. 1 being a rifle too, so still could be difficult to overcome. Oh, push has been made. The Alive, he'll get the first. He's now stuck though. No way he gets out. He should never be able to allow to reposition in any way. And he also gets a kill to follow it too. Tagged the Alive, both taking damage, but numbers favor Slovakia. How is he given the luxury of retreating there in any sense?
Yeah, kind of wild. For sure. Contacting through together towards ramp. There is a flank coming in. Whether he'll be able to do too much with it, I don't know, but the deeper he gets, the more information, the more prepared those B players are going to be. That being said, are they going to head B? It looks like not. Trying to take that heaven angle. Mikey is in behind, going to spot one. He's seen a bit of an alarm goes off, I suppose, for Flare Axe, but they have now been spotted.
That was close to it because he picked up a gun. That really could have been a little dicey. 3 versus 3. Those posters, he's got the right idea, but will he expect this man here? No. Smoke, he's got to come down. I mean, right in front of Pipo, that makes his life all the more awkward. He'll have to reposition. Smoke gets broken open as well by the HE, but he can't hit the shots behind it. 2 versus 2, and it's pop shots galore for him, but again, retaking with an AWP in this spot, safe to say it's not exactly the best situation to be in, and I'd be super surprised if the Alive wants to stick around himself.
He's going for it. check the angles, gets the drop, and just can't correct his crosshair, of course. And they do indeed move in for it. I would say kind of a frustrated move. I'd maybe agree with you that it's like, especially from Heaven, have a little look. And he could have got that back vent player.
Yeah.
But he just sort of went barreling in. They
Yeah.
had a kit. They didn't need to do that. So, as we would
Just felt
say,
rushed, really.
yeah, in the old football game there, a bit of head loss for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's such a good like descriptive term, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, even though it is a bit, BM or whatever, but yeah, I think it does fit in, and yeah, certainly saw a bit of that last round.
Yeah, I think it's spot on. Well, Molly down towards main. Looking like I want to try and crack things open. It's Dowie who does. On towards Reelson. He alive, right idea. As the smoke fades, becomes a battle of reactions, and reactions don't favor Mikey. Down he goes, and same 4 tagged as well. So the alive. Waiting all that time behind that smoke. It's his teammates dropping 1 by 1.
Yeah, not a lot of like depth in the round either. A lot of dry swings, a lot of kills coming their way, and again, Ukraine just looking crisper here. That is a testament to it. Super clean kill in from Niffy. Just going to be Peppo holding out. Or is he? He's also kind of edging forwards here and maybe getting a little bit too busy. Checks his angle slightly, not going to overcommit. I suppose just checking that the area in his immediate vicinity is safe, but it doesn't really matter too much. Up to 6 rounds already on the T side. Really, really strong stuff from Ukraine. I think they'll be very happy with how this is going and the fashion in which it's going, right? The rounds are starting to get really easy for them, it feels.
Yeah, I feel like they're just doing it quite simply. They're not really having to kind of break too much of a sweat. It's going to be where they are now. So, yeah, good spot. 4-round buffer. And, of course, back to, pretty rough economic situation for Slovakia. Not enough in where they can fall by in a round to save them 4 from Peepo. So, looks like upgraded pistols, half armor if you're lucky, and a tiny bit of util is the best out of this scenario. You don't want to over-invest either because you still want to have guns and util until the next round, but as a whole, Ukraine in a really, really decent spot, actually. This should be a 7th. That's a guaranteed lead on the T side of Nuke. I mean, in the grand scheme, especially statistically,
and
how
so
this map, how this map works. I mean, they are flying, and it continues to be the case. Fleerax will find Rilzen. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, they did find some success earlier on with these low buys, so maybe they can tap back into that a little bit. Peppo going to take a lot of damage. So what is the move here? As the time ticks down, they're gaining more and more space. A laboured spray down there from Niffy, but everybody else looks a bit cleaner. Elive, the only one left, could take a name or two potentially on this 5-7. Drops the bomb. Yeah, let's not mess this one up, and they will indeed trade him out cleanly enough. So, as we say, up to 7, the fashion in which it's happening, we really don't have a game at the moment.
Yeah, second time out as well. I mean, you can tell Slovakia, they're really on the back foot here. They're on kind of the heels, and they're trying to dig in and kind of make sure it doesn't get completely out of their control, but it's rapidly running away at the moment. Ukraine are in such a fantastic spot. We buy back in into round number 10. I mean, for Slovakia, you lose this. We're talking about, honestly, Ukraine having the real potential of a 10-2 first half. That in itself, pretty mammoth. And you'd even argue as well, kind of deservedly as well. They're actually having all the individuals step up when it matters most. That's sort of exactly what we want to see.
We'll see whether the timeout turns into anything for them here. They're absolutely going to need to string at least a couple together for my money. If this falls flat, yeah, I think we start to talk about map 2, honestly.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's not a nice conversation, but a practical one nonetheless. Are there any kind of change-ups coming in here? Not really. Heavy A presence, you might argue, but it's pretty conventional. Outside presence coming in, boost up on the T-Red, a spam through the smoke. I mean, this is what we talked about in the previous series as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes the luck goes against you and it just feels worse and worse. Tagged has taken a lot of damage. I think from that same spam.
Yeah.
I think he was behind Mikey or something along those lines. So, yes, wild work. Absolutely wild work.
It's one of those things at the moment. Absolutely everything that kind of can go right is. Say that on top. Onic gets clipped by the Alive. So I'll then bring things back down to a 4 versus 4, but HP still favouring that of Ukraine, and same for the space. And Alive can make sure of it. Down goes the Alive. That's not what we want to see. And we already touched on Tags being low, and he's going to be tested momentarily. The question is, are we flashing in, or are we just going to fight dry? It looks like we're going to fight dry, and the pistol could be enough. Dowie with a double swing alongside Knife. Nice find. Down to 2. 4 versus 2. Dowie short is super low, but this is so difficult.
Just missed the timing there as well. If he'd committed a bit more to single, he might have caught the AWPer that's just taken him down. Yeah, not happening here, is it, man? Again, only losing one player. Never really doubted them at all in that round. And it is not looking good. Tech pause to come through here.
That's not what we want to see, is it? Tech pause. I think that was actually by the Alive as well. I'm pretty sure he typed like immediately after he went down. You do hate to see that. Can I tech pause and get a Red Bull, you reckon?
What, IRL?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We could drop a message.
What time are we talking here? Oh, 5 p.m. Red Bull. That's rogue.
That's a bit late.
But
I'm not a caffeine guy. You're a caffeine guy. I'm not a caffeine guy.
We had a late landing, kind of early start as well.
Of course. That's the grind, man.
I'm a tired boy.
Yeah, that is how it goes. But lovely hospitality since we got here.
It's been great, actually. Everyone's
very
super
happy.
lovely. Super cool setup here as well. For those who are maybe in Pristina or Kosovo or nearby in any sense, I mean, feel free, swing by. Really cool setup here. And we're kind of jumping between CS and Dota on the main stage. We're currently in the booths, technically, is it?
Yep.
I think is what they're calling this.
In the bowels.
Yeah, and they got
behind the stage and the screen.
Yeah, they got Dota on the main stage right now. Who said Kosovo versus Moldova? I think they were saying.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Moldova got some sick jerseys. I like that bright orange. It's cool.
Yeah,
very, very cool. Speaking of Red Bull,
Oh, hey.
guys, sort me out.
Nice.
Someone's listening. Someone's listening.
There
Please.
you
I would love a Red Bull. Cough production. 8-2. We're back underway. Tech pause is concluded. It's such a buffer zone that's held here by Ukraine. I mean, even if it was to end 8-4, you're so happy with that sort of a scoreline, the way things are playing, and the way this buy is looking for Slovakia. You're kind of expecting 9, if not 10. Flash round. The flash is so good, but the firepower just isn't enough. The Alive, he has pushed that smoke and he has found Kern, but even still, what do you really do? You can't afford to stick around there and try through them. They have to fall away.
Yeah, this is something I would like to see with the rifles. You know, you're so far down, make a bit more of what you could deem a desperate play and try and pull it off with easier circumstances, you know, when you've got like that stronger weaponry. But they're saving it for the low buy rounds, seeming quite risk averse, even though it could pay off for them. Molotov will create space for the bomb to go down. They're going to drop here and, of course, look for this round, look for these kills. They might just be able to take another molly to push them forwards. It's a dink. I mean, there are a few unfortunate 1v1s where the weaponry is just letting them down in places. We had it with the M4 a few rounds ago. Mikey on the Deagle. If he hits the heads, he's got no excuses, but he cannot find the bullets. And it will be 9 now for Ukraine.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a few head-to-heads, a few little kind of 1v1s that are just falling flat. You hate to see it, but sometimes that's the game. 9-2, 7 rounds is the lead. And sure, we can buy back in now as well. AWP in play for Peepo. Rifles alongside a full belt to Yuto. All of the positives to talk about for Slovakia, but this is kind of a map that feels done already. This is just how good Ukraine can be. This is why, you know, I'm talking about them being a real dark horse for this tournament. As much as probably big are your favourites, I'd say they're probably number 1. I mean, Kosovo, not a bad shout either.
I'd knock
as well.
them up because of where we're at. And,
yeah, exactly.
You know,
they play for the crowd, and they're very
so
good at ramping up. Yeah, so I think they're definitely up there, but keep an eye on this Ukraine side. So far, so good. Dowie going to find Mikey. They start 4 here. Orb going to get caught as well. Fleerax just above that smoke, doing well. I mean, this is a round that feels done already. 5v3 in a matter of mere moments. 1 minute 10 on the clock to make a decision. Looks like they want to go down towards B.
Yeah, it just feels very disjointed. A lot of like individual plays rather than trying to do something as like units within the team. I feel like that AWPer should be back in the man that's hiding outside anyway, you know, rather than trying to re-peek and refrag. So just not quite on the same page. Maybe it'll come together in the next map, but it's just not looking good objectively, regardless of map and side of the game and all that sort of stuff. I think team-wise, TNL, Team Ukraine have got a bit more shadows in CS2, man. They are so unforgiving. Surely an easy one. Yeah,
Well
he does
played.
have to react a bit, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
So not as free as it could have been, but the 5-on-2 has to be done now.
Yeah, well played. You are right. Those shadows are brutal.
Yeah, man.
Completely baiting him out. Middleton's in towards backside. Ult then. This is a position where you play patient, you can mop up kills, but Knife is clearing everything. No one given the luxury of survival, and the shadows betray once again. The best friend of Fleerax here in this round and in the server, and 10-2 is the half we get. Fantastic work from Ukraine, man. That is such a dominant first half. 14 kills apiece for Fleerax and for Knife. I mean, you gotta love what we're seeing from this side, man. That is so, so good. Their map pick, 10-2 on the T side of Nuke, no less. What little, you know, what more can we say? I mean, there's really nothing we can say on a negative note about this Ukraine side.
Yeah, I would agree. I would certainly agree. I think that we've had some great individual rounds, some decent reads from them as well. And just playing very simply, not very much asked of them. So they'll be pretty happy with that for sure. It's been a fast-moving game here, but again, as we touched on a couple times, maybe Slovakia just out of their depth ever so slightly against some of these stronger names.
Hello.
There you go, first time on camera for us.
Good to see
How's
you.
it going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
We're, we are kind of, you can't really, well, you can kind of see it, but
we're chilling.
we're behind the stage here as well.
We're in the
yeah,
depths.
we're chilling. We're in the depths.
We're hidden away. We are hidden
But
away.
yeah, no, really, really solid stuff from Ukraine, right? A lot to like. This is a side who have pretty high prospects, actually, when we're looking at this tournament as a whole. We're talking about this side, you know, top 3 is actually a very reasonable target for them. And that's kind of the run that this side, TNL, the team outside of representing Ukraine, the organization, really solid. I've actually been making a name for themselves in the tier 2. So, yeah, times are looking pretty good right now. Lot to like for this team. And unfortunately, Slovakia just looking so flat.
Yeah, I think there's just not all that much there, and you know, it does come down to, again, this is what's going to happen with a few of the countries. We do have some teams that have entered versus, they'll be familiar with each other, and I'm sure they put the time in, but they maybe are a bit mixier, some of the other nations. Slovakia kind of is one of those. There's little pockets of coordination and whatnot, but clearly just not there on Nuke. Could also be down to the map. Hopefully it is a little, and we get to see a bit more from them. But this one feels like it is all but over.
Yeah.
In all honesty.
Anubis Ancient in the next two maps,
Yes,
is that
I
what I'm
believe so,
saying?
yeah.
So Anubis, of course, the pick of Slovakia. So you'd hope a little bit more easy to kind of get going, but it's actually not a bad map for TNL either. I've seen some decent Anubis from them as well. So that worries me. Ancient's also a map which is just so popular in the tier 2 right now as well. Everybody has really good fundamentals on that one. So as a whole, does it put much confidence in us for Slovakia? Maybe not, right? We're looking at a side who have to do a lot. Actually, probably straight in towards the second half of Nuke, a 10-2 deficit, and then really start to find some form themselves, kind of heading in towards their own map pick. So not really the greatest of spots, all in all.
No, it certainly is rough. It certainly is rough, but I think that, you know, there's always that sort of opportunity and hope here. They've just not really gotten themselves going. And, you know, in theory, it can't really get much worse. So hopefully there is a bit more to them on that next map. But I think I'm kind of leaning your way as well, that this is a tough series for them, maybe a tough tournament as well, you know, to sort of come in. And, there's just so many squads to deal with. And I think they'll do a little better in the 0-1, because that's where you will get the separation of, like, the wheat from the chaff, the solid teams and some of those more mixy squads. And I do feel that there are some good individuals in this team, some good experience that they can call upon as well, which is always nice. But yeah, just for this one against Ukraine, I think that it wouldn't be a surprise if they won the whole thing, you know, and we're getting a good solid taste there. They're performing to our expectations, which is
exactly.
obviously really, really good.
Oh, we got a message from production. but
A tech pause. I
tech
believe.
pause. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
I wear glasses for a reason, Mike.
Yeah.
I need you a little
Kinda-
closer, so
yeah.
I can, took me a second to
I
read
sort
that.
of figured out we were on the tech pause when it came back to us. In all
Yeah.
fairness,
You got the contacts in?
I do.
They're pretty good, mate.
Yeah.
They're pretty good, if you can read it from there.
What can I say, mate? What can I say? Magnifying glasses,
Yeah.
zooming in. But yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case.
Yeah. I like talking, I like being on camera, but I kind
Yeah.
of like maybe casting Counter-Strike just a little bit more,
Yeah, exactly. At least for now we can chill. These are some comfy chairs as well. I don't actually know what is
Yeah,
this
we're doing
one?
all right. We're doing all right, aren't we?
Sense 7, is that all right?
I don't know, man. It's
Pretty-
a bit dark.
Pretty
I
nice,
can't
man.
see.
These
But
are-
yeah, they're good.
I kind of cracked mine back a bit. It's
Yeah.
it's comfy.
Chilling.
It's a good lounging chair. To be
Yeah,
fair, I kind of rock that. I don't know what I've got some gaming chair that's not very comfy. I didn't
I
know
went
one.
big this year, man. I went for the Herman Miller.
Herman Miller, yeah, they are just the
crazy
best.
stuff, but it is really worth the money. To be fair.
Yeah, they're actually really solid.
Yeah.
They're good for your spine as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
Posture check.
Yep.
Which one did you get? Like the Aeron or whatever it is?
It's a great question.
Is
Not
it- is it-
that
is
one.
it the
other-
small
the
one or-
M-body. The M-body.
The smaller one.
Yeah.
Like, not the-
Well, I don't know.
Is it
It's like
like-
taller. It's not as. It's like thinner.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It is
Yeah.
everybody,
But it doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't do this. It doesn't come all the way
Oh,
up
okay,
here.
yeah,
Like
so
your head is
That's
suspended.
the Aeron one.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to have them at work, and they're like pretty intense.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
heavy though as well. I also cost an arm and a leg.
Yes.
Right.
But I wouldn't big on some investments. So
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
let's do
exactly.
it, man. Why
Yeah,
not? And
exactly.
I don't know. It is kind of worth the money.
I
Not
agree.
gonna lie.
We sit in them for a job.
Well,
So,
indeed. Yeah.
Bang bang.
Yeah.
10-2 is the scoreline. Second half on the way. Tech pause concluded. Now we can get this show back on the road. And a much needed pistol. Here for Slovakia, you lose this, and it's probably the beginning of the end. It already kind of feels like the beginning of the end. Knife, information spot has two different people towards our side, so he's got a pretty decent idea of what's brewing.
Yeah, Risky Peaks taking a fair bit of damage. Julie's getting for one there. There will be a trade, but Ken is scaring them for sure. They don't want to move around that corner. Firak's also on the Julies, so a deadly combination, of course, the double Julies setup. And I'm sure, especially on Nuke, everybody is going to be buying Julies for the foreseeable after that little ROPS moment.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the case, but I know a while ago they were like the most bought upgraded pistol in pistol rounds, but actually the efficacy of them was like really low. But once in a while, you get some crispy shots. It's another kill coming in for Flurax here, looking for a bit more. This is where they get kind of dicey, but you can see it scares them off. They don't want to re-peek him. They don't want to give him the chance to find those kills. So it's a really good zoning tool as well.
It's so good for spamming, isn't it? I mean, that's the big thing. Onic. That's the be careful.
Okay.
Oh, are you taking the mick? A jumping shot there from Peepo.
Absolutely ridiculous. Ken trying to get in quickly here with these Julies.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. Just out of range for the instant headshot, but it's a lot of damage done. Gap closing here. He needs some support. Hopefully he's from both sides, and it will be Rielsen to hold it. So Slovakia in with the pistol, and once again feeling good about that. It is close, but it is the start of this comeback.
They needed that big time. If they didn't get that, this map is done. We're going towards Anubis and just saying, talk about recovery and talking about how do we bounce back and all the rest. So that's such a big piss round to be taken, but it's got to be the first of many. We've got to start really rocking and rolling. We've got to start really finding kind of form and consistency and all the rest. We can't afford for this to be a flash in the pan. We're going to get forced by going through. And do you know what? I don't like my force buys in the seat side when you lose the pistol, but I actually don't even mind it here. You've got so many rounds to spare. Why not take some sort of a gamble?
Yeah, why not? You absolutely have to
There we go.
go for something like this. You never know what might happen.
He gets kill, gets out. That's
Yeah, yeah.
huge. That alone is massive.
One overlooked angle, right? It
Yeah.
could be the linchpin moment
One
of this
pop shot.
round. Onic with the fake out, trying to draw them into the 5-7.
Oh,
Oh, and he gets one of his own as well. We've now got a scout in the mixture. It's Rielsen up against 4 all of a sudden. He's going to get tagged down. He manages to find 1. The heads are
Wow.
coming his way. He's looking calm here, but he just doesn't know which way to turn. And the overwhelm of the numbers. And what can you say? What can you say? Ukraine back to it. That's exactly how the first half started.
great force buy. I think it's a smart call. I actually think you've got rounds to take risks, you take gambles, and I think the one thing that I really hate is when teams force buy on the CTL to lose a pistol and they play a default What's the point? Take gimmicks, take gambles, and see what you can do. That's what Ukraine do. They're pushing unorthodox angles. They're kind of grouping together in weird spots, and it works well for them. That double stacking towards ramp just to start things off, really, really smartly done. So 11-2-3, 2 rounds away now as well. Looks like it should be the beginning of the end. Onyx with the auto shotgun in play as well. My utmost respect.
It is a goated gun.
Man of culture.
Indeed. Not quite as goated. I think since they moved the kill reward down, it's a bit tougher for me.
It's
you know,
still
the
my
MP,
goat.
yeah, but the MP9, you know, like
True.
2/3 the price. Tough to argue, but it's good fun to use, and hopefully we get to see a bit of it here. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, to be honest, mate. Mikey moving in here on the deagle, doesn't quite land that second, but enough work has been done here, of course. It's Peppo alone to deny 12. You know, it's just not happening.
This is
here
a force as well,
Slovakia.
right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Kind of conceding the game,
yeah.
in essence. And they don't even get a plant, you know, don't even get close. He's dinked, he's sideswiped, and that'll be 9 rounds in a row required from the T side.
3 for knife as well, so a lot of money made by that MP9 as well. You're pretty happy with that. 12-3, map point, Ukraine on their map pick, and it's just been lights out Counter-Strike all the way throughout. They've never really taken their foot off the gas. They've never really given Slovakia any sort of a look in towards this game. And, you know, unfortunately, we kind of stand here now talking about what is a really difficult spot to be in. And how do we get to a point of resetting the mental heading towards your map pick? It's not the easiest thing to do when you get completely decimated. Peppo for the first. Flingrax will find the alive.
Aggressive move through the hut as well is going to gather some good information. He likes to hold. He does make a mess of it. It's actually a team kill that lets him go 1 for 1. But we do have Ken downstairs ready to go quite quickly indeed. Some upgraded weapons here. The auto shotty into the hands of the enemy. Could it be a way for them to win this round? It's going to have to be. He's the only one left to keep them in it. Not going to happen. Down he will go, and Ukraine making mincemeat out of Slovakia there on map number 1.
Yeah, fantastic work. I mean, there's little that we can really add now at the end of the map that we haven't already touched on. That was just so solid, so smooth all the way for Ukraine. We're looking at them now about talking, can they 2-0 this? And realistically, you know, when they 2-0 this. This is a side that just don't really look like they're faced by Slovakia. It looked like such an easy run of things. They looked like they didn't really even need to break into too much of a swear. They didn't need to dip too much in towards the strat book. That's fantastic. That's everything we kind of want to see from a side that we're touting as a kind of a top 3 kind of potential here, right? Fantastic work from them. Take your map pick. You take it dominantly. You're now heading into Anubis, a map which you also have as part of your pool. As a whole, Slovakia have got to do something really special to recover from this.
Yes, absolutely. Not a good look overall, and they started with pistols as well. You know, it's really quite rough for them, but hopefully a refresh in map and a short break will be enough for them to get back into this series and give us a bit of competition. But of course, we are going to take a minute here, folks. We will be back in a few with map number 2.
Andra, Sydflak, Zemras jar. Kosovo, att du går andra nisan ekranet våglia. Neurita, porjoajan bitin Zemra. Munash meursu. Munash meuthy, fituesit. Ata nukdi meudorsu. Ata kapin maajat, se synimiast veçnalt. Heraint itakuem, herain ubanam vet. Kosovo, att du går tåkamer frun andrat marin hav. Haideta diegim arenan. Tash, astkoa, mes kruit ämnintan.
telkos dažnin lidjet par.
Zemra zjar. Kosovo. Aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla. Në u rritëm. Por loja në mbetin zemër. Mund është me urzu. Mund është me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Herraint itakuem, herrain ubanam vet. Kosovo, att du går tåga med frun är andrat marin hav. Haideta diegi marinen. Dash, astkoa, mes kruit ämnintan.
Fatoni, edhe bashkë me krejt shëshninevet, e din që s'ka me internet e pakot telkusit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhjet par.
shenanigans. A little bit of damage done ahead of the rifle round is always going to be nice.
Yeah, exactly that. Hopefully you can all hear us now as well. I think so. Right in saying we can hear ourselves. That's good to see.
Well, good to hear.
Good to yeah. You're smart man, smart man. But yeah, hopefully you can hear us. You can see the game, and boom, boom. There we go. Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's 2 of the 5.
Yeah. What's the wait? What's
Can't smell, can't touch.
Ah, sure.
Can't,
talk about sensors.
Can't really, well, smell of GG.
Yeah.
For the OGs.
It does smell
Shout
like it's
out
over
time.
for Slovakia in this series. Unfortunately, they just really never got going. I say not come down, soften them up on towards the Alive, and tagged a tad.
Oh,
He's breaking up that smoke. There's absolutely nothing. Dowie gonna get an easy 3-piece for him. Fleerak's going to add to it. Dowie walking away with 4 to close. I mean, this just feels like it's summing up really how good Ukraine are.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you caught, though, as they were moving in, there was a failed flash. And then the nade also, I think, didn't quite meet the mark. You know, I think it was supposed to go a little deeper to break that smoke better. It ended up just doing damage and slowing them down. So not fantastic signs in the early stages. You would hope for a set round like that where it's like, right, we're popping connector. It would be much better executed, but not the case. Weird sort of round here. We've got Tag dropping an AK across, little small buys across the board. So curious to see what the idea is going to be.
Well, they know for a fact that there's nobody kind of towards deep, and actually with the wrapping towards now mid, they know exactly where they're going. This is an easy pop in towards the site, and one that they are very, very ready for. It's going to be difficult. How do we get out? How do we get control to get any sort of a plant at this point? Look like they actually might sneak the plant out, which in itself, it's crazy. That's a silver lining, and that's one you'll take. Somehow, they've got space enough to get this bomb down towards A. They're still causing a bit of a ruckus, but it will be a Ukraine round. But from like the first 10 seconds, Ukraine knew that was going towards A, but they were still unable to stop that bomb going down or do it cleanly. It took 3 casualties. So silver linings for Slovakia, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly a messy kind of round. Slovakia will be somewhat happy. It allows them to get a stronger buy into this one. I think the idea of the previous round was to, split the difference. Let's try and do some damage and whatnot. But they were ultimately going to buy in this one. But they would have been lacking some of that utility. Maybe the AWP wouldn't make an appearance. So it always makes a difference, the extra cash, even though in recent months it has been kind of reduced. I don't think we've felt that wave massively.
Oh,
aggression here.
He's been spotted now. I think you just fall away from this.
Yeah.
Now you're in own quantity. That gimmick doesn't work out for you. You're actually pretty exposed.
Yeah, just having the presence down there as well, though. Again, if they want to go to that area, they're going to have to be very wary of corners and if anyone's playing close con. Nice response, though. They move in towards B main. They've heard a lot of sound above them. So lovely little mid-round move there.
Yeah, agreed. Very dramatic music over by the Dota stage.
Yeah.
So I have to say, it's kind of firing me up a little.
Oh.
And, well, it's firing up on it. Nice find. There goes Mikey in for the flank, and he's also now a bit of an unknown quantity. They don't know how they want to play this. So I like the decision to stay up close. How's the swing? Oh, it's so good. 2 freebies on a platter for him. He's on for the ace as well. Last man is Peepo in towards mid with the AWP, but it could be Onic getting all 5. He does get clipped and caught right at the end. That's unfortunate, but still should be job done.
Oh, little spots. I mean, they look like they were lined up, but I guess not. Either way, too many to get through, right? The 1 bullet at a time will let him down. Ukraine moving up to 5-0. No sweat off the brow just yet. Maybe 1 dicey round in there, but at the end of the day, looking very good indeed. And again, individually, those numbers look pretty damn solid to me. Whereas on the Slovakia side, you've got Mikey.
Yeah.
That's about it. Couple players on non or low frag numbers. So, yeah, this is looking rough. And this is what we would typically say is our stronger side as well, the T side of things.
Agreed.
They've really not made it look like that.
Continuing to show just how good Ukraine can be. Just how dominant Taking off Rock, Flash gonna bound round as well. Molotov from Onyx to try and slow them. They're walking straight into Onyx. His own molly sets him up for a 3-piece. This kid is cracked right now. And it's Dowie to close, but oh man, I mean, Script, there is literally no conversation to be had here. There's no competition.
But again,
it's one-way traffic, mate.
Slovakia looking very flat. It's super simple. They're just picking an area, trying to send all 5 in there.
I think they're checked out.
There's very little push and pull, very little maybe make some noise on A, but we're going to end B. Oh, we've got a guy in mid. You know, they are lacking a lot of that energy, a lot of that belief across the board. So we'll see if things do change, if they widen up the default a little bit, but it just seems like they're straight bursting and it's just not working.
Yeah, I think mentally they seem so checked out right now. It just feels like a side that aren't really locked in. Oh, that's a bit of a weird smoke, and actually might work for Fleerax? No way. It's just going to like pseudo work. Because now Kane's taking all of the kind of attention drawn away. Oh my god, it is. He's going to get overlooked. He really is. There will be a trade that comes through, but an easy one because that is the bomb as well. Uh-oh, we're trying to bound down. The flashbang does nothing. Another nade behind it. This is carnage. And not good carnage either. Mikey, 1v4.
Great nade comes from that A spot, in fact.
Yeah.
He wasn't really near the action, just looking to back his teammates. So that really works out nicely.
Wow.
Easy. Just too easy. And this is looking potentially even more dominant than the first map. You know, just the way that things are starting to pan out now. And talked about, it's that 4th round in there. You can see at the top with the defuse. That was a little shaky, but beyond that, it has been really quite one-sided stuff. Maybe not expecting too much out of that previous. This is what we look towards once again. A full strength buy. No AWP, I suppose, but I think you just keep it simple at this point. Try not to go too crazy. They're playing some tunes. They're playing some tunes. I believe that is the Interstellar docking music right now. I don't know if it's coming through.
When it started, they were playing Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I wasn't so sure. Yeah.
Great song.
Watch out, watch out.
Copyright.
You'll get got, mate. You'll get got.
My singing's that good.
It's so accurate, yeah.
Is that Hans Zimmer? I don't actually even know. Is that Hans Zimmer?
That's a good question, actually. The Interstellar is.
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's what I was wrong. I feel like it's not, actually. I don't feel like
it's a little too, you know, like, peppy. You know what I mean?
Iconic, though.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, we're going to watch it later, but F1 movie music is unbelievably good.
All right.
So good.
Big up.
You'll see. Hans Zimmer cooks there. And same way, Fleerax is cooking. Does he? Oh my god! I thought that was him. I was about to lose it. I thought that was him. It wasn't. He does get bailed out. 7-0. I mean, my oh my. This is just wonderful Counter-Strike from Ukraine.
Still a chance here. Still a chance here for Team Slovakia on this one. I like some of the positions of these players. It depends. I meant the round, but it is maybe starting to fall a little. I wanted Reelsin to move first. They got the con guy to move first. I'm not as big of a fan of that. Shot's just not landing as well. Crosshair in the right place, you know, just not hitting. And it will be tagged all alone. Same old story for him as well. So, yeah, this is really, really, really starting to look like it is over before it's even begun. You know, briefly a competition, now just an exhibition.
I'm being, like, legit when I say this. Like, the break we had in between maps might actually end up being longer than the map.
It's possible.
Like, that was possible. We are so quickly at 8-0. Tag time out going to be called by Slovakia. I mean, surely it's like, what do you even talk about in this tag time out? Absolutely nothing is coming to fruition. So difficult to see. I did just get reminded of something as well. You know, you talk about Interstellar with the docking music. Literally the other day, it would have been 1 hour from when Interstellar came out. So however many years ago it was now.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many years
13,
ago.
2012, I think.
Yeah, I think
maybe
you're
2014.
Right. So however many years it came out, it was the anniversary of it. So like, let's just say it was 13 years.
Yeah.
It would be 1 hour on that water.
Water
planet.
Yeah.
I forget its name now.
I can't remember.
I like
it's been a
Interstellar,
while
but I've only
since
seen
I've
it like once. Yeah. A little fun fact for you. It would have been an hour only.
Let me go, Murph.
Exactly.
That bit I know very well. Iconic meme format.
He's crying up there. Yeah.
Oh.
Me when I see Slovakia going for another B hit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I was going to say,
what
dangerous
doing,
spot
guys?
for this guy. I mean, I think they were looking to do something with that gap and maybe drop a player, but they've now, you know, decided to pivot and pick up the pace in towards middle. Again, the setup is here and ready. Kills have bounced back for them, to be fair. One more needed and just couldn't quite get it. So it is all on tags. He's taken at range against the AK. There's little tiny bits, but it's just not enough to piece together around.
It really does feel as well for Ukraine. They know this is a map and a match won, and they're actually now starting to be like, oh, I want to get some stats.
Yeah,
here.
well, this
like,
is it. This is it. And
you
then
can
the
see
game
the way they're
breaks down.
approaching it. But, like,
Yeah.
you know, I kind of got to respect it because at least for Ukraine, these last, like, 3 rounds have been exactly like that. They're like, all right, these guys are free. Let's go and get our kills. And fair play, they're actually doing it pretty smoothly.
And they are the harder games to play in, I think, because once you start to get a read on, like, okay, they're playing, like, 2 here, they like to get aggressive on B, maybe we can try and abuse. Then they're just like, look at this, you know, the Orb's just running in, smoked himself, peeking window, and he does get spammed, but that could easily have been a random frag that you just don't expect. When does the Orb ever do that? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Now that they don't have the numbers, they might be forced to take a little step back. A little bit of a refresh and see what they can do. Molotov fails. Gets extinguished by the smoke that was already laid in there. So, the security at least. Oh my god, that's so risky. No way! Does Knife get away with 2 there? I cannot believe. That is so audacious. He has no right to get away with even a kill, never mind a double. Dropping down as well, but Dowie and Knife will combine on towards Peepo, leaving Mikey all alone. He started this round, now he's all that's left in a 1v4.
Yeah, it's a throw your hands up kind of moment. What can you do? Just absolutely wild. And again, if it's 3-3, it's annoying because they get a chance back into the round. But because it's 9-0, it's just so frustrating that they're getting that kind of look on their side. I think they have an inkling around Mikey here. There's not many places that he could be at this point. They, of course, do have the bomb to hand, and he can't even find one. He was looking to maybe abuse it, take another with him. Obviously needed a miracle in that round if he was ever going to get it. Not going to happen. Down he goes. We might be looking at our first 13-0 here.
Yeah, mate, you know, you're spot on. There is zero competition in this map, unfortunately, right now. I think just after how dominant map number 1 was, Slovakia just look completely out of this. They are so checked out. I said it earlier, but it's just got worse as this map has progressed. You know, they're not playing as a team. They're not playing as a unit. They're flying into fights individually and just seeing what can kind of come from it. Oh, but Fleerax actually misses the moment there, but there's still one. Lingering, we're running Mach 10 alone there. I mean, my God, it's so easy for Khan as well. Fleerax will get the last, but these rounds are being sorted in 15 seconds tops.
They're just individually looking so clean as well, though. The sprays are so solid. It seems to be,
12 and 2, crazy. 13 and 4, 11 and 3, Knife 8 and 6. Mate, what are we doing? 11 and 3.
Yeah, pick it up a bit, mate. Come on now. But yeah, I think this is also something that we're starting to see come out of this region a little bit with players like Donk, Kiyasuke, you know, people like that. They're playing a slightly different game. Sprays feel much more meta, much more reliable for like multiple kills, you know, which is such a mental thing to think about. That it's like, oh yeah, I'm good enough to get 1 kill every round. How do I make that 2 or 3? And then just the combat movement and everything is really good in this region at the moment. And it seems there's a lot of pioneers around dodging shots and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Into this round, though, as I'm talking over, they do indeed overextend in not 1 but 2 places. We've got Dowie being a little bit low as well, so they do have to watch themselves. But there's always a chance back in with these guys, it feels. Ken does manage to find 1. The AWP in the hands. It's a double AWP, in fact, so could get a bit weird. They're trying to figure out where that bomb is going. And little, easier said than done. Peppo in middle. Could be a big one there. He has been spotted.
Nice shot.
It's a lovely find.
They know.
He doesn't quite have the read,
He actually had a really decent timing to get the drop on the cross there. I mean, there's no point saving, so what are we going to do here? Hey, a 2v3 and it's still doable, and Tagged is barely alive.
I don't know, man, just the 2 AWPs.
Yeah.
Doesn't really feel like the weaponry you'd want here.
I don't know. This could still get a little funky. They've got a Tech 9 as well. Like, they got Tech 9s to work with, and it's 2 guys who have been absolutely farming right now. I'm not going to discount them just yet. Molly Smoke and a Flash to work with. Davy having a look, just keeping an eye out. He's being set up and he misses it, so that's going to hurt. Swing around the corner, missed shot. Tag will deliver, and that leaves the low man of Davi with it all to do. Time ticking as well, so he's a dead man. A consolation round for Slovakia, but a near impossible task.
Yeah, for sure. They do prove they're mortal in that round with a few mistakes there, of course, at the very tail end. But ultimately, I feel like you can't lose from here. You know, I've said it now, but I think this happens once a year, maybe, and it takes the best players in the world to get it done, really. So, you know, it feels like this one is going to be that 2-0 for Ukraine, quite probably. Welcome back to the camera. But there you
Can't say we have got our Red Bulls as well, so we're revitalized, we're energized, and you know, maybe wasted in a way because there's going to be nothing really of this map, unfortunately.
Sure.
Yeah, Ukraine are just so dominant. This is, you know, we'll say it again, this is a real dark horse side for the entire tournament. You know, you look towards teams like Big and Kosovo, and I think that's very fair, but man, like, the way Ukraine are playing, they're so confident, they're a team with so much synergy, cohesion. They've got really good reps recently under the belt, which, for example, Kosovo don't have. I think Big, that's what makes them, like, you know, the real big contender. It's top players, but actually really good experience recently, especially LAN experience. That's what TNL don't have. They don't have LAN experience. But, man, they're playing so well.
Indeed. Can they finish proceedings here and now, get themselves an early finish, make it back in time for dinner? We'll find out. Ooh, Peppo with a clean shot. He says we might be going a little longer here. He'll grab the reposition, looking for a bit more.
Wow!
Oh, yes! What is that? 1, 2, 3. Left, right, and good night. All going to be down to Onik here.
Give it to him.
He's got to find 5. Peppo is after that ace, and they are softly hunting for it. He's going to hold out towards B main, and unfortunately has it taken away, but a huge round there. Slovakia on the pistols, man. I don't know where it is in the gun round.
3 out of 4, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Really, really solid stuff. However, they do struggle against the force buys as he's drawing towards Nuke. So, still got to be a little cautious, a little careful. Even though this one doesn't have it's not a force buy off the back of a bomb plant. This is just, you know, raw Tech 9s and a bit of util. Hoping to pray. We're probably expecting a quick-ish round here from Ukraine. But we have a tech pause. That's never what you want to see.
For goodness sake.
My assumption this is from Ukraine because we've got Slovakia right in front of us, and I don't see an admin. So
this is one of those, isn't it? You know, a bit of a tech pause where it's going to take the wind out of your sails after a round like that. You feel good. You've had an individual moment. You want to get into it, chomp it at the bit. Let's go. But unfortunately, you just get iced out, I think is what you like to say. I quite like that as a turn of phrase.
What can I say? I'm a man with them. But
you know the words.
Yeah. I try. Tech pause. I'm assuming Ukraine. We actually can't see them. Ukraine are on the other side.
Right. Okay,
but yeah, one of those where I think, you know, even if Ukraine were kind of having, like, you know, without a player, I still think they could probably see this over the line. They've just not really broken a sweat. It kind of feels like the 2 rounds they've lost, they've kind of been, like, taking the mick a little bit. Like, you know, the gun round at the end of the half, it was like they were overfighting. They wanted the numbers on the board. And then you look towards the pistol. Sure, I'll give credit to Peepo. Fantastic shots. We're still fighting alone, though, one by one. We're like, let's test them.
It's true. I think, you know, they maybe don't expect him to hit the shots as cleanly as that while they're sort of trying to get into position and stuff like that. So, a little bit difficult. I do hear the clock ticking down, so hopefully she'll be ready for the game in just a moment.
I've got the thumbs up from Prod, so I think we are ready to get. Yeah, there we go. Show back on the road. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. For day 1, we've done well.
I actually think
sometimes you can get hit with some pretty hefty issues.
Also, we kick-started the day on the stage. I mean, the stage is, you know, generally speaking, at any event, doesn't matter what level, whether it's, you know, from S tier all the way down to kind of homegrown stages where the problems can be. The Allied, here's Famas, needs more, and it can't get it. Uh-oh, Peepo gets caught as well. These Tech 9s, we said it, they just seem to struggle on the force buys, and I think that spray sums up Slovakia's day. Yeah, he's been in them Scriv demos, mate, being like, this is the guy I need to learn from.
Oh, no.
And he learned something. Is it a good thing? We can discuss that at a later date, but that spray sums up Slovakia's day, honestly. It's just been all over the shop.
I mean, just can't buy the string, you know,
Yeah.
they can't buy more than one round at a time. Absolutely wild. They've gone down, you know, we said 3 out of 4 on the pistols, 3 out of 4 conversion rounds lost.
Yeah.
They've been broken every time. And it maybe is not quite good enough, you could argue. And there was even a missed flash. I was going to comment on it, you know, the con flash, again, doesn't land this time for Team Ukraine. And still, they get away with it. So, again, just going to show, I think, that individually speaking, these guys are kind of on another level.
Yeah, they're a step above and some is just sort of where Ukraine are right now. Love that as well, showing respect to their Ukrainian fellow players of Bait as well. Yep. Bait stickers down, rate that. 12-2, 10-round lead. And looking like it could be the beginning of the enders as well. Slovakia, of course, they force buy, but what they bring to the table is so minimal. Upgraded pistols is as good as it gets. Even getting head armor is a luxury that 3 out of 5 cannot afford. Doesn't start well.
Yeah, early find there. In at B main. A main push here, looking for a transfer. Doesn't quite get it. Gets the reset. The 5-7 will beat, but surely that is enough. Nade doesn't finish him. However, the 4 versus 2 with info on 1 feels pretty good here.
They just stick together, they win it.
Okay,
just play as a pack. You actually have no issues.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what they do. As soon as I think they get some of that A main control and the info, and they know there's damage done, they just immediately start grouping up. Bit of a lurk hit from Fleerax. Patience going to pay off.
Well played. I'm actually surprised we've even got a kind of a lurk at this sort of a, position.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but again, that's the 12-2 scoreline, isn't it? You know, they're just super confident in themselves to go for stuff like that. But
13-3, 13-2, man. Yeah. I mean, what more is it to say? Ukraine, what a statement for them into this tournament, talking about how we're saying they're dark horse, we're saying they're like top 3 minimum, and they put a performance like that. We're in for a really interesting, when we get to playoffs, really spicy. Teams like them, Big, to Germany, Kosovo, of course, who were fantastic. We saw them on the stage earlier. And then there's other dark horse teams that I actually think always perform really well. Hungary, keep an eye on them. Like Aaron, Corey, these guys always kind of come out of nowhere. Bulgaria, another good shout as well, right? Guys who have been around in a tier 2 for as long as we've been casting. Denmark's a fantastic shout as well. Ireland, Zerfa, if you don't throw the games, we should be in for a bit of, bit of something. But
just unnecessary. Just unnecessary.
That's my boy. I can't wait to see them on the stage. I think they're actually on the stage tomorrow as well,
yeah.
so could be interesting. But generally speaking, actually quite a quick day here for CS2 as well. Just, really, really dominant games. Kosovo looked fantastic earlier, which is, I'm happy to see, man. If this side can get going, we're in for a spicy tournament.
Yes, absolutely. It's looking pretty exciting. I think this first day is just kind of separating out some of those more mixier teams versus, the structured and even fully fledged competing teams, and we have seen a bit of that today. So unfortunately, a few dominant maps, which is maybe not what we signed up for, but hopefully into the future days it will get a bit closer and a bit more competitive down the line. But that is going to do us for today now.
Yeah, it is.
It's been a fun one. It's been great getting into the flow, and the crowd earlier was fantastic, and they will be making a return, I'm sure, when Kosovo are back on that stage. But as I say, that is going to do us for today. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Sov. Att du går andra nisan ekranet vågliga.
Hello. Oh my. Oh, I do have an issue actually. There's only audio in one ear.
Hello. Oh yeah, same.
Yeah. I believe, oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. We're straight into the action. There's no preamble, no time for waffling. Brandon here. I guess I should do a little intro because we are just here with you. This is the first game of the European Esports Championships here in Kosovo. Latvia versus France to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Latvia starting on this CT side here of Anubis. Couple of players already situated over towards A, 3 in fact. And for France, they're just sounding out the map. The bomb's not yet committed. It's all the way just on Emerald. She's got all the util. Judy starts to make some noise. It feels like it's going to end A.
Yeah, with this sort of setup, you're just trying to see if Latvia are going to go for any information play, get a little curious on one of these extremities, and then once you get that information, you can take space on the other. But very patient Latvia.
Yeah, this is excruciating. if you're France, all France are doing right now is they're immediately testing Latvia from the offset. What you got to remember is Team France, aka Zarance, they're a team with a lot of experience. They're looking to apply the pressure early. Julie just starts firing off some shots, even breaks the windows for noise.
Yeah, they really want to still finish A though. This is all just a fake out while the mid players take presence. Astra's been caught out. That was in main. Now it's one-dimensional through camera. Makari has a comfortable position. We'll need some support. It's coming through. Finally, the T's finding some frags. Rachel and Emerald will clear out the site. Rotations are fast. Anna gets a quick one. Emerald into the clutch, the 1v1, and she'll take it down. That's France to kick things off.
To be honest with you, that's absolutely bonkers that still works for France, because what you're seeing here is Judy putting so much pressure on. Latvia don't bite. Latvia keep 3 in the bomb site the entire time. They even get the kill out A main. It becomes so one-dimensional in towards camera. It feels like they have to win these fights. Yeah. Exceptional work from France, to be fair to them. Emerald at the helm of all of it. Remember, she was the one without armor. She was the one with all the utility. She's thrown all the util. She's put the bomb down, and she's got 3 kills.
And now we've got this technical pause, Brandon. Why don't we take this moment to
Hi, guys.
contextualize, say hello to everyone that's tuning in. As you can see on that right-hand side, we're here at the European Esports Championship. This is in Kosovo, the lovely city of Pristina. We have 8 of the best national squads in Europe here on LAN. France and Latvia kicking off our game here, but there are 4 games playing out simultaneously here for the opening salvo. We've got Portugal versus Netherlands, Slovakia taking on Germany, and Sweden versus Denmark. And obviously, the game on your screens in front of you. So those 8 teams will be competing for the €10,000 prize pool.
Interesting veto as well, you just see on the screen. Obviously, Latvia picking to Anubis, France picking to Inferno, and then we've got Ancient as that decider. Feels like that feels very good for France. You've got all 3 maps that feel very strong for them. And immediately after winning this pistol round, it's a full eco out of Latvia. They're going to do the classic little mid-stack in towards the doors. All the USPs just bounced on top of one another. And again for France, it is slow. It is reserved. It is really, really testing the metal and the grit of Latvia early. Control back in towards A main. And they're not going to see anything whatsoever.
It's just the stack, not expecting too much into this one. I guess I can continue with a little bit of info about you know, this event while we get through this eco. So as mentioned, there's 8 teams, but there's 2 groups. Group A is France, Sweden, Denmark, Latvia. So we're here in Group A. Sweden, Denmark, the other team playing for the opening match there. And then Group B. Oh, there's your information. Emerald, we'll hear them all dropping. Hopefully the Mac 10. Clean these up. 1 casualty. Portugal, Slovakia, Germany, Netherlands in Group B. I kind of lean towards Group A as being slightly more stacked.
Absolutely.
Just because I feel like, yeah, Denmark, Sweden, that game actually has a lot on it, I feel, in terms of the outcome of this group. Whereas I suppose it's a bit more clear-cut with Portugal and Netherlands favourites in Group B. Although Slovakia and Germany certainly do have a few names that are familiar to anyone that's kind of been watching the women's scene for a number of years. Zia playing on LAN, that's exciting. She can be an absolute star, and this is some real nice aggression from Latvia early, but they've completely conceded control of B to get this info.
It's fine though, because they're just dropping smokes here, France. And yes, they have dropped utility to block Naylor off, but this is still all the info. You can go for the retake, you give up all this space, sure. The issue is France will be aware of this. Anna now catches wind of it, and I love this position out of France. They don't take connector, they go deep into CT.
Yeah, so you got to take control somewhere in the post line. That nade hits heavy. Kerry will trade out Julie, who does try to extend that position, and that flashbang almost cost them, but it's looking pretty good for the T's right now. Bomb's not down, and they're just going to leave.
Brilliant. Oh, it's brilliant. Look, you've already got the advanced info because you lost players out towards CT. Then you got 2 players in towards connector. That starts to feel weird. Where's the mid-control element of this? They're going to drop down? No, they're probably going to flank B main as soon as you got these kills.
And I think they're just going to save off the back of that. They just don't feel like they've got the position. So that's going to be what I like the idea for the start out from Latvia, right? Like, I really like on Anubis, you have to be proactive on the CT side.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how you have to play it. It's the only option you can have. Like, the first gun round, you could be, you know, led into playing more of a conservative approach, right? Especially for your first LAN game. You don't want to, like, lose that first gun round, start falling behind. The fact that you go proactive, you get this information early, you're the one setting that kind of tone, that pace, that bodes well. But France just finessed them.
Yeah, the issue you've got with plays like this is the limited amount of CT aggression you can really pull out. And the most common thing to do is take water control. So France adjust for this, and they immediately smoke off deep in towards connector. They even drop a molly that lands pillar. That molly's part of the default exec, sure. But that smoke that goes in towards connector, that's an on-the-fly adjustment. There's 2 different execs you can run when you're executing B. You can do the one that goes in towards connector if you're not splitting water, and then if you're splitting water, you're never throwing that smoke. France never split water in that scenario, and unfortunately Latvia just walked straight into it.
You don't often see teams taking that CT control, though. I like that they adapted that on the fly.
Absolutely.
That's very, very, yeah, non-standard. They're cool to see. And that's something that I think France are going to have in spades, that adaptability because of the experience they have as a squad. And in this one, they're keeping it direct. They just want to go straight into A. And lucky for them, they've avoided the AK, which went hunting. Might still catch Julie, actually, here. Yeah, Mikari's going to hear this drop down. Now, does she catch this timing?
I don't know if she heard it.
She did look that direction like she did, but she's expecting maybe a player coming stairs.
Oh, the priority now is actually for Matinia and Mikari just to stay alive. Like Chopko Naylor can be sort of fed a little bit to the beast to enable some of these trades to come in. Julie's not going to know what hits her in a sec. Easy collection. Can you recover this rifle now? That's going to be the difficulty. Kaede is biting off probably a little bit more than she can chew.
Kaede likes to bite.
Okay. Oh, I like this.
Oh, is it going to hit the mug? No.
But I like the idea.
Oh.
Went in for Stina.
Why are we... All right.
It's been a while since we casted together.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Last cast was ESL Impact, right?
CCT.
No, CCT, yeah.
Shout out.
Oh,
that was loud, my bad.
sorry, no, I've just got particularly strong audio in one ear. So I'm just
do you want me to get close?
trying, no, that's the opposite, actually, of what I want.
Okay.
But also, back into the action. We have finally a full gun round again coming out. We've got the AWP for Anna.
Yes, let's go. Because remember, on HSG, she went AWPing.
Yeah. She can be pretty good on the sniper.
Very good, in fact. It upset me very deeply.
You know, did she play with Astra on Godsend?
A
Am
while
I
ago.
remembering that?
I think so, yeah. I think
Like,
you're
I'm
bang
talking
on.
2022.
Yeah, with Aurora.
Yes,
That sounds
right?
right.
That was
And
that
Minnie.
roster. Astra was on that team?
Minnie was on that team.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Astra was
yeah.
on that team. Sounds right.
Might not
Shadow
be.
spotted, kill not collected. That's the leg shot. Look at this from France. It's so direct, and Choco's just burning alive in the molly. The flashbang is exceptional, and it burns too brightly. Anna will at least find one. The flick's immaculate, but not quite connecting. But it baits in Mikiri perfectly. But Julie is so good at trading.
Yeah, fantastic trade. Now Anna has no space to repeat. She has to fall back. Astra in main. This is going to be the critical thing. Can she hold off these advancing players? And she gets one. Trade is fast. You know where this AWP was. So The remaining teams have all the information. We want to focus just on one direction. Keep this orb at bay. Julie's locking this out. So for Rachel on side, she only has to focus in one direction. And now it's just this single player. Bettina in the 1v2. And Rachel will catch that timing out behind Cake. So France continue their flawless streak. Despite some good shots coming through from Anna.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, a little bit touch and go there for France, because when it gets thrown into the 2v1, I think they're playing it a little bit unorthodox, because Julie, I thought she was going to swing first in the AWP. Rachel's 100 HP, then Rachel was going to swing and just guarantee the kill. Instead it goes the other way. I mean, Rachel, full confidence mode, that's what we want to see, especially with her on land. She can be an absolute demon. So it's nice to see her taking that fight, but that little bit of micro, it could have definitely gone the other way for Martina. Here's a stairs smoke thrown in by Latvia, but this time they're not using it. They're trying to use the conditioning. Remember, Anna's reacquainted with the AWP. You've got all the rifles out, and there's abundance of utility, bar Martina.
France, they're just going to spread out, take their time with this one.
I'll tell you what, I know we're only 5 rounds in, but remember last time we saw Team France / Zarance was at ESL Impact in Dallas, and the tempo of their rounds was always the same. And within 5 rounds, we've had so much variety, it's really good to see. And I want to comment on it early in the tournament, because I hope it's a consistent theme. 'Cause that is something they were definitely lacking in Dallas.
I think a big part will be their confidence coming into this event, because I think they know, as much as we do, that they are the favourites here in the European Esports Championship. Oh, Anna not expecting K-Day that off angle. Now McCary's going to be sweating, but Chopko by her side actually deals the damage, almost takes 3 kills out in camera. The shutter closes, and they are forced back. A reroute and maybe a drop down to B, and look at the rotations.
Yeah, why? We don't need to be doing this. I guess there's a smoke in Temple, sure, but now you're not going to hear any of these footsteps. Astra's got the site for free.
Okay. She can drop down the molly. That will keep Martina at bay. So Bob will be allowed to go down. It will be a player advantage for Latvia.
Oh, it's just tough because you haven't got any smokes. Yeah, you've got 2 nades and Astra's low, but you got to go fast.
Yeah, just use your superior numbers. All squads turned up. You know that can only be main and dark once you've cleared these close corners. Flashbangs come over. They start to clear. The swing comes out. Naylor and Chopko both find their frags, and that is a clean retake and a clean round delivered up by Chopko and Naylor.
Yeah, shout out Naylor, really important there. And I tell you what, I was really worried because the first flashbang thrown by Latvia misses completely. And if the Temple players had swung, they would have been full blind by it. But no, they instead they back the beef with their util. They throw the flashbangs deep. Astra wants to swing with Julie. It doesn't work out as anticipated. Finally, we get a clean retake and a little bit of fight here for Latvia. Remember, this is their map pick.
Immediately off that, we get the ult from Astra coming out, so they know that Anna is trying to be prolific with it, and she got the leg shot, nice one, but Astra gets the opener. So immediately answering back with a clean shot of her own.
Where was that?
I actually cannot tell. I suspect it was mid.
I'd imagine so.
Unless it was B main.
Kaede's heard Chopko close. She's heard the jump, and Chopko, doesn't get caught in transition, but there will be that trade again. It is Julie continuously opening up this A-bomb site, and everyone's even holding for this flank that's coming through B main.
Oh, but there's awareness going both ways here, and it's a little messy. Emerald commits to her spray, and she'll be successful off it. And Astra waiting for that peek a little bit quicker on the trigger. Anna peeks straight in. Software breaking through for Latvia. It's immediately back to French territory.
Yeah, and here's the thing for Latvia. Here's the trap that they might fall into. Hang on a second, is McCary going to go for this? Ninja defuse? She's got smoke,
No,
she's
they're
got a
hear
kick.
this. They're going to hear this, though.
She will hear this. Astra
Okay.
is ready for it. The thing I worry about in this game, and you actually, in this round, you see 2 examples of it, and it is Anna and McCary going for hero plays, trying to build back into rounds for Latvia when they don't need to do it. Obviously, Anna and McCary have the most amount of experience in this team. For Naylor in particular, this is her first big international LAN representing her country. And for Anna and McCary in general, they will definitely be trying to apply the squeeze, try and take the pressure off some of these individuals to warm them into the event. But we get that overpeak from Anna, solo, McCary going for that ninja defuse. Don't hate it, but again, it's another reinvestment on money but you potentially don't have. Look, Chopko's on an MP9. If you'd saved that, you could have dropped an M4.
True, true. I didn't hate it though. I always love a ninja defuse attempt. You know, it's... There was a chance too because Astra has the off, right? And if Astra misses that shot, and I know that's a big if when it comes to Astra, but
no, you're right.
You know, she would have got that defuse off. You know that no one else was nearby, so there was a small world.
And another parallel universe. That ninja defuse does go through, but not in this scenario. 6-1. Now for Team France, running rampant, as you'd expect, on the T side of Anubis. And for them, it is back to basics. They leave mid open, and this acceleration towards Connector. We've not seen this yet. Matinho about to be tested, but passes it with flying colours. Now needs to get out of dodge. Needs support from Naylor, and it's been delivered.
All right, that's pretty good. And then some more. Julie will just try and force her way through, running out of bullets, but that's the same on both sides. And now it's on to Astra with the orb. Has to come up clutch, and she started it well, but Makiri sprayed through the smoke, will convert. And that's a brilliant round for Latvia to pick up.
Yeah, I love it from Martina, but also Naylor, backside default, swings with the FAMAS on towards B main. Gives that little bit of space, so extra couple of seconds that allow Martina to get in towards backside, get behind the pillar, and is able to get that third kill. And even finds it on the USP. Pretty ridiculous, but I love these sort of rounds, these brawly, action-paced Counter-Strike rounds where it's like, okay, we are getting fight back from the individuals. This is good signs from Latvia.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we personally didn't cover the qualifiers, so
no.
Oh my gosh, she's done it again. She just keeps finding openers.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. It's just the overextensions continuously from Anna and McCary.
Oh my god, she almost said, oh, we're teammate, actually,
worked.
Rachel, come on. That nade. Okay, McCary's doing good work. Maybe overextended a little there.
Yeah.
But that's put it into even steading. But yeah, it's great to see some of these individuals that I guess we haven't seen on the global stage before.
For sure.
Really stepping up here. It's great. Chopko, Martina, both been very influential in these rounds that Latvia has picked up.
It's a nice grouping as well from Latvia. They're going to make the reads. It feels like they're going to head towards A, and this is the correct gamble to make. There's also block utility. Naylor can drop the smoke down A main.
Going to be in a good position. Oh, the flashbang is great, but between the two of them, they managed to, well, in fact, between the one of them, it's all Naylor. Half blind, she just sprays them down, and Astra's left to try and pick up the pieces. The flash was good, but the double setup was better. And this clutch, again, like the one previous, feels almost impossible, but first kills hers. There is this late flank that's going to come through main. Martina does have to wait for Chopko. She's down on 19 HP. And here comes the flank. Chopko should have this locked in. Oh, there was a chance there. Astra sees her. Astra swings, and Astra looking for it. But Martina crawls out, catches her, and clutches through for Latvia.
It's actually so scary that however many times and however many bodies you throw at Astra, she's always going to have that opportunity, that presence of mind. You got to think about it as well, because you've heard and you've seen two players over at A. Because you've got Naylor getting the kills, and you've got the player that was over at Bricks, full blind, that you know about. And then suddenly, that player's disappeared. Why has that player disappeared? Time passes, no peek, no peek, no peek, has to be A main. Astra reads it perfectly. Unfortunately, can't convert. She had a rifle there, she wins that. And that's the straw that's broken the camel's back when it comes to the finances now for France. They're reduced to absolutely nothing.
Oh, cameraman.
Yeah, come on.
Don't do it dirty like that.
This is now shaping up to be a really good half here for Latvia. 4, 5, maybe even 6. I mean, 6 would be ideal, but we're not there yet.
5 would feel good.
Very good.
After a 5-0 start, to finish on 5 on the CT half, that's more than I expected from where this started.
For sure.
Granted, I mean, this could... Astra came so close to 2 back-to-back 1v4, 1v3s. But the fact that Latvia are putting France in the position where it's only down to a potential clutch to bring them through. No, it's looking very impressive. Excruciating out there, even on the eco round.
30 seconds, we got 3 players over at B, so this feels like a non-starter already, but Astra's in the back lines. Astra's got a time in here. Maybe she could find something. The swing in from Connector. Julie finds 1.5. Astra's now been identified, but in comes the swarm with the French.
Oh my goodness, Makiri has to disengage. But now you've given over weapons, and another one falls. The trade comes, but that might be the killing blow, unless Makiri can fight back out. Nade's good. Will do a tiny bit of damage. Dodge for the most part. Anna starts to edge forward. She'll find the kill. Where's this flank coming? In the back lines, it's Astra. It's planted for her. Makiri doesn't have a kit. Might be one she can scoop up. Yeah, in front of her. Tap on the bomb. The swing comes out, and Makiri comes through. That defuse will be pulled up. Plenty of time to spare, but way closer than that round should have ever been.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes from the fact that Latvia, in the mid to the late round, they're gambling, they're over-rotating, they're having 3 players on 1 bomb site and thinking that's enough. Astra gets that little pocket of space. She's been such a nuisance wherever you operate her now for Team France. Walks through the back lines, and it's just that slight distraction based off the fact that Julie's able to get 1 as well in towards Connector. It's so influential. France get away with a lot more there than you'd anticipate, especially with 30 seconds left.
I'm surprised they go so adventurous out through dark here. I guess they felt the pressure was coming B main, wanted some space elsewhere. 30 seconds left, you can kind of just hunker down at that point, it feels. This one's direct. This is going to be A. They've dropped the B util to try and cause that fake out as if they are going to commit, but with nothing to follow through, no player lurking to make it seem like that play is coming.
Oh, what?
And that's a cool incendiary that's come over from middle.
It is, but it landed right on a player, and she didn't take any damage at all.
Did it do the audio here? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. We certainly know about it now. Smoke's lined in, Molly's backside, Chopko, Anna now struggling to deal with the heat.
A lot of CT smokes dropped in response there, which is causing some chaos. The flashbangs, good as always, but just hiding. And Anna needed to hit that quick shot, and she does. Julie tries to punish. It's Rachel that's doing all the work. Removed after that double. 2 on 2. Where's that bomb got to? Where is it?
It's on the floor somewhere.
Okay, yeah, there it is. We can see it. Needs to be picked up. Coming through the connector. Camera. Bomb being planted. KD gets that one down. Astra taking main control. Spotted on the crawl through. KD falls, and it's called onto Astra. I have no idea on her position, but she can't convert. And it's Patinho who finds both in the retake.
So many chances again for France to close these rounds. You feel like one of them is going to go their way, but no. It is all coming up Latvia right now. That is a lot of rounds on the bounce. So by the skin of their teeth, they're able to get a 5th here. Because of the bomb plants, the money will be okay for Team France. But look at that, 4 in a row for Latvia. And Team France are in a position of strength. And now starting to feel a little bit of the burden. Latvia are getting down and dirty. They're rolling around in the mud with Team France. And that's exactly the opposite of the Team France game plan. Think about how their executes have been methodical, been leading with utility, the flashbang leaning over. We've got really good entry path in. And as soon as there's that little sprinkle of chaos that normally Team France like to thrive in, Latvia are coming out on top.
Yeah, Latvia are looking great. Like, they look really calm and composed. I mean, outside of that eco round, they got way too close. Like, majority of their rounds, they're really playing as a unit, always having the buddy system when they're going for these retakes, good trade spacing, good info gathering. It's a lot more impressive than I thought coming into this series. I really expected what we had for the first 5 rounds to continue, but Latvia really fought back from being on the back foot early, which I think speaks even stronger to how good they're performing here on the CT half.
Let's see 6 each. Feel like that's actually very fair. Hopefully for Anna, she can grab an opening kill rather than a leg, rather than meeting the fate of Astra's sniper. Instead, it's a lot faster. Julie burning out Chopko, flashbang. Oh, fully blinds her instead. Makiri tries to cover, tries to grab the trade, but can't manage it at the moment. Julie is being such a nuisance. And look at the push through mid.
Flames go down. Anna looks to try and catch something, but they've managed to cross Makiri. You are in danger. so many players in every direction. Somehow she's staying alive, and she even finds the frag. Look at all those bodies that are just running at her.
What?
How is she still standing? She will fall, but she takes another with her, and it's further chaos. Anna swaps to the sidearm, and it's finally Emerald that puts her down. Bomb is as well. And it's the 2-on-2 with the retake, but KD's low. KD still gets the kill, and that might be enough. Can Emerald close it? Yes, catches the timing, so France will walk away with a narrow lead.
Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers, the way that just pans out. Again, in the 2v2, you weirdly just favour Latvia all the time. They've been so good at stringing these rounds together right at the very end. And yet, this time, the fact that KD is able on low HP to find that kill, Emerald's then in a position to have that fight on her own terms. That's the difference maker, and that gives France that narrow lead.
Very narrow, though. And I think, you know, from that position we were talking about when the CTs finally started to get a few rounds that, yeah, oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing great. We're in our little corner over here. They've got Dota over on the big stage, but you'll see us on the rest of the days with the audience and all the rest. But we're enjoying the CS. It's the side switch.
Yeah, we are. We are indeed. We're just tucked in the corner, literally in the dark little alleyway.
Also, it's not dark, it's massive.
Well, it's one light.
Blinded myself.
There's one light, but if you ignore that
I don't
light...
look at it.
Well, yeah, don't look at it. We're just in a little dark corner, just out the way, all tucked in, all nice. I've got my big boom mic here. I'm ready and raring to go.
Yeah, I don't have the big sock.
It's all right, size doesn't matter. I hope. But yeah, we're going to get into the second half very shortly, and I think Latvia done a very good job. I think as you say, just impressed. I think Chopko's been brilliant. I feel like Naylor's been providing some good impacts. And when McCary's been alive and been sort of able to facilitate and enable the other players to get involved a lot more, it's been really great to watch. It's been very, I think, inspiring CS. That's probably the best adjective. Inspiring Counter-Strike for Latvia. Remember, this is their map pick, so I'm expecting some big things here in this first half. Flashbang in B main, Doolies are out ready and raring to go. Rachel will at least find one, and now Chopko's got to do even more damage, and she gets out alive.
Dude, who is Chopko? She's great. Let's go. Oh, Julie, the executioner. She's looking for more. She's not done yet. How about that? 3K with the USP. Just as Chopko's chopped them out over at main, she answers through from dark and gives France both pistols.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, really good response here from actually both teams. Latvia, as soon as they see the contact coming in from France in B main, they accelerate in towards connector. But by that point, as soon as Chopko's got that second kill, they go, okay, we need to divert attention. We know the split's coming in. They both swing together. Julie is annihilating scalps in towards connector. She always has these maps at big LAN events, does Julie. Always likes to remind us of who she is. Putting the kids to bed, I think is what we did.
Yes.
Done it. Back in Riyadh. Doing the same here in Pristina.
Slow start for Rachel, I will say. But we know that when she does have a slow start to a tournament, that she'll often bounce back.
True.
And then some.
She looked very locked in earlier as well. We walked by both the
I think
player.
Rachel is always looking locked in.
True. Blank. Oh, that felt like Astra didn't hit that headshot. Oh, Hayade didn't hit hers. With Emerald and Julie, fortunately, on the SMGs are on clean up duty. And now Chopko is the last player standing. Bomb is not in her possession. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I think it's already been covered as well. So Emerald should hit another MP9 kill into the bank. That's a quad of SMG frags. So no bother that KD goes down. Chop off one of them SMGs to her. Emerald, get rid of it. You deserve the AM4 because you're anchoring. I think it's always good to, if you're going to have an MP9, throw it over on B site.
Yeah.
Maybe mid, but A site, no, they need the rifle. I'll let him have that. It's like the one anchor position where you can let him have a big girl gun.
Big girl gun.
Maybe ancient.
K&A. Ooh, I love it. Especially with the combination of Emerald's HE And now they're so paranoid about middle that they're running straight into Julie, who's cleaning up house on this MP9. Chopko's looking to still get this trade on Kaede in the meanwhile, and Emerald steps in from A main. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, Julie swaps to the Deagle to get that final frag. Upgrades to an AK. She's had a hell of a round.
And here's the difference from the first half, right? The fact that Latvia was the ones causing the chaos. France were trying to be really systematic. And Astra has just gone, oh, you want to get a little bit scrappy? We're Team France. We live in the chaos. Kaede loves to get aggro. Emerald, that perfect support, first with the utility, then with the progression in towards A main. Expertly done. And that was a gun round versus a bonus from Team France. And look at all the AKs they've recouped.
Julie needs to be careful. They are going to run at her. And pushback's good. Yeah, she's overwhelmed. Tried to get back to camera. Couldn't do it. And now Emerald tries to step in. McCary, she's opened this up. But are you ready for Astra?
Yes.
Surely. Surely you are now. And they're going to try and overwhelm from every angle. But she's doing a good job of isolating. Swaps the USP. Can't get more than the one. Kaede's going to slide in.
They don't know about it.
There's armor on some of these players. One will hit the deck. That's a rifle, in fact. So now you're actually feeling pretty decent about this retake as Kaede's just trying to cause distractions, but she's removed. And so is Rachel. And how's that for Latvia? Taking that one away with a bit of a fast play through mid.
Yeah, I love it. And what's great about this from Latvia is they stick to the game plan. They hear Julie rattling off shots, they trust the flashbang. They get the opening kill, they keep progressing, they keep going forward, they go in towards camera, they get the second kill. You know about Astra, but you're taking your time. Because whilst you're dealing with Astra, you're also taking space in towards CT. It was multi-purpose, and it was a split function on towards this A bomb site. And even with 3 players there, in theory, France couldn't handle it. Astra, again, they lose a round, they're back on the AWP. Oh, and back with the same aggression at Kaede in mid, trying to bait them into this AWP, but they get blocked on each other.
Yeah, flashes there, fantastic. Actually been great flashes from both teams. It's been really cool to see. The utility has felt on point in this map so far. Potentially over towards B. Carey will try to group up with her team. Astra is here.
This util's savage. So Kaede's dropped a deep mid smoke to look in towards window. And then you got this deep con smoke. Rachel's playing on the other side of it, and that allows Astra and Kaede to drop down. Rachel, look, she's blinded, but she's still finding success, lurking in the shadows, giving Astra all of the room to breathe. 3 kills out that AWP, 11 for Team France.
Yeah, it comes on that CT side. She immediately makes noise with it. Brilliant secrets from Astra. I'm not sure how she got that first kill. It was through the smoke. I think that was on the Anna. I'm not sure where she was peeking from. Maybe there was a little gap over the top that she was peering in main or what, but
just fading maybe.
Astra had her number, and from there doesn't slow down.
19 and 10.
She's having quite the map. Not to mention those 2 1vx attempts that came down to the final kills. Couldn't quite get it over the line. All right, Rachel, don't stuff up this incendiary while we're watching you. Conviction. The jiggle, there's the drop. There's the swing, no flash, just straight into 2. There's the flash. That would have been great about 5 seconds ago, and well, in less than that, 3 players fall.
Yeah, it's almost like because there was pressure on B main, Rachel feels like she needs to swing it a little bit prematurely before that flashbang. You give it half a second, that flashbang goes bang, and immediately Rachel's going to get 2 kills there. But no, forces the issue just a little bit. Latvia being allowed back in the game by Team France. And don't get me wrong, it was a really good exec, but it's those little mistakes, they then compound into bigger errors. And they'll have enough money for a buy in the next round, Team France. But you've got to remember that CT economy, it's that old chestnut. Latvia have got 1 foot back in the door here on their map pick.
Yeah, it's a decent move to go for the straight B after that early kind of play around the default, because the AWP hasn't revealed itself yet. It's unlikely that Ash is going to want to go for the same sort of setup back-to-back rounds. As soon as you get that success in towards con, just immediate acceleration
haven't seen Astra over at A main yet. We've seen her in middle. We've seen her over towards B. It's very CS2 meta pilled nowadays to be dynamic with this AWP.
She's got A spawn, so I think that is where she's headed. I always find with the AWP on Anubis, it's feels very spawn dependent on the CT side if you want to go for an aggressive pick, which we know Astra, if she's given the opportunity, she will try and set that up. Anna's doing the same in middle. A boost up. Oh, Astra got caught by the rifle. That's an impressive pick, but Emerald answers back. Oh, there was a leg shot, so she had her chance.
Oh, wow.
And Emerald will take hers. 2 lovely kills. Now the acceleration comes through, but Julie's here as well, so it's not just Emerald you have to deal with. And jumping up straight into Julie's grasp. Only one direction forward, and it's straight into this French duo. We'll take both. Find map point on Anubis. Latvia's map pick.
Get a little bit scared there for Julie in her position when she does pull out the incendiary, but to be honest, it's the round-winning play. So it ends up splitting the entire Latvian offense, who feel compelled to go in towards middle. Have to react going towards camera because Emerald, you've already killed Astra, and now you see Emerald outside A main. Oh, mid should be free, guys. Maybe we can go in towards camera. No, Julie is there, and her incendiary blocks one player off and keeps 2 all the way back in towards middle, and it means that Emerald could come over for that double swing. Well worked, that's earned them map point on their opponent's map pick. That's a bit bold, but that's classic K-A-Day.
Yeah, why not? I think what makes it particularly bold is there's not a 3-player start at B, so if Latvia decided to accelerate off that pick, it probably would have been dangerous.
Look, well, it's done to the rotations as well, right? You've got Astra that's come over with the AWP, Julie, who's been the float player on this CT side. McCary gets flashed in towards middle, but Emerald's now got all this responsibility. She's not only got the A bomb site, she's also got all of mid, which is why we're seeing this push out B main.
Okay, good luck, Emerald. Astra will start to move over, but middle isn't the main force. It's going to be straight in through A main. That's going to be the play. McCarrick's just trying to sell. There's more bodies in middle. Keep some players entertained. Emerald just dancing on the bricks and will do a lot of damage. No kill found. Take a little flash over to peek off. It's good, but doesn't set up an opportunity. With the player advantage for Latvia, despite a few low, feels decent in this post plan. Very one-dimensional. They're all coming in the same direction. Nice first shot from Chopko, and Anna adjusts for one more, but Rachel has come alive. Astra by her side, and they swing in tandem. It's on to McCary. A strange area to be flanking from, but she's been spotted. Astra catches her, holds the angle, and confirms it. 21 frags for Astra, and a French victory here on Anubis.
Yeah, look, fantastic work from the retake of France. But I thought McCary was going to win the round. I've looked at her flank. I'm like, okay, she's going to come in. McCary, you're going to need to come in towards camera now. It takes too long. And by that point, all of her teammates have fallen. Astra's then like, well, this player hasn't swung in from A main. Don't see her on site. Has to be this camera lurk. And it just works out brilliantly. So fair play, Team France, because it was great in the beginning of the game. Latvia build back in. It looks really compelling. Chopko gets those first couple of kills on the pistol. You're like, all right, we can see it. And then France just go up another gear.
Yeah, I mean, both pistols go the way of France, right? I think both starts in each half were like dominant France. It was 5-0, and then it was 4-0, maybe 3-0 in the second half. So like that's half the round you even need in the game, right? Just lost in the start of instance. So I feel if Latvia have been able to get off to one of those halves with a strong side, probably preferably the CT half, because I felt like their CT half actually had a lot of cool ideas. You could tell that they'd really been putting the prep work into this map, and I think that really showed in the serve. We saw some great stuff out of the individuals, players that I didn't necessarily expect to be, you know, popping off against a team like France.
For sure.
So early on, Chopko mentioned was brilliant a couple of rounds. Yeah, it was really cool to see some of these individuals. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way. It's the best of 3 though, Brandon.
True.
Inferno's up next. Are we expecting a fight back here from Latvia, or is it going to be a tricky one?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard because you've got to bear in mind that Team France are Zerants. Like they are a team that play together all the time. It isn't just they've come together for Iesf. They are competing regionally and internationally. This is who they are. Their identity is Inferno. Remember, Na'Vi Javelins went on that massive win streak on Inferno. Who was on that team? Astra, leading them to victory each and every time. Kaede is a menace on the rifle. Emerald, we just saw how good she was anchoring over towards A. It's going to be exactly the same on Inferno. And this is where you can really flex the veto. And I think it's a really shrewd and smart decision for Team France to go onto a map such as Inferno, where fundamentals matter. Fundamentals matter an awful lot. And when you've got such refined ones as Team France, this is one of the most powerful picks you can have against any team, let alone Latvia.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the advantages for Team France throughout this is going to be those fundamentals, right? Because for many of these other teams, you know, they have you know, regular teams, I suppose, that they're playing with outside of the national team. So yeah, it's about having you know, the ability to really flesh out your map pool. We know Zerans have got that. Team France or Zerans have got that. They take Anubis here in our opening best of 3. Inferno up next. Don't go too far. We'll be getting into map 2 after this break.
Kø av Fatoni er det bast med Kreits og Sninevet.
Telkos, da snin lidi et par.
Andra, Sydflak, Zemras Jar, Kosovo. Emnintan.
We're here. Hello.
Fixing my hair before we go on.
And mine.
Yeah, this looks
Thank you.
great.
You just ruined it.
Yeah, well, speaking of ruining things, France ruined Latvia's dreams on map 1.
It's a best of 3.
It's a
There's
best
still
of
got
3.
time.
It is a best of 3. We've got a second map coming up. It's Inferno.
Yeah.
We kind of set the stage a little, going out of the last one. Then Inferno, stomping grounds for the French map that, as both a team, as both individuals, have historically been very good on.
Yeah.
What's Latvia's win condition?
Shopko playing well again. I think we saw limited factor out of Anna, to be honest. Like I did expect a bit more out of Anna. She was getting first picked quite a lot by Astra, which, I mean, you kind of expect. It's been a while since Anna's been on the AWP, so it's one of those.
I feel like she definitely had some moments.
She had some moments, sure, we saw
Absolutely.
it, but it needs to be a consistent moment throughout a map. And the same with McCary. And I feel like we really did see, like, those two really try and just be like the catalyst for success here. And I like it, but also chill a little bit, because you can rely on Shopko, you can rely on Naylor, you can rely on Martina.
You know what they can't rely on? Goddamn pistol round. So let's see if they can actually get one. Both went the way of the French on map number 1.
Crossbow Lord.
Yeah, that's K-Day, I think. So
Okay.
not really sure. Is that a Minecraft reference? What game is she crossbowing in? We'll have to ask. Smoke shops. As the X2 comes through, just some block, util, the flash will come over. The free fight doesn't come. McCary caught off by the flashbang, but still catches a player and 2. A huge performance from McCary. The advantage is here for Latvia. They have a kit. They don't need to fight this immediately.
No, look at Astra as well. Astra's thinking about maybe going through the CT smoke, thinks better of it. Emerald's the one that's been spammed. Rachel hasn't been, so she goes close to the coffin smoke. A lot of these players are all coming in from CT, which means Astra's going to take the first contact and hopefully bait in Rachel and Emerald, and they start to wheel up this crossfire, but Martina is too strong.
Yeah, brilliant retake. Just using that player advantage, right? Knowing you got the superior position and numbers. And yeah, some celebrations as a clean pistol round comes through from Latvia. Brilliant
Finally.
retake. McCary getting that double as well on the side. Set them up for success there, right? You're in a 4-on-3. Sure, it's Inferno, difficult to retake. We know how tough, in fact, sometimes that retake can be. But with the player advantage, they just swarm. No fair fights given. The France will continue to fight on. Bomb goes down. They take down all but 2. You know they're investing into this. So for Latvia, the second hurdle is now making sure that they can convert.
I found it really weird there for the fact that Astra was so overexposed when the other two were playing such tight crossfires. I felt a little bit out of whack for France.
Yeah, it could have been like deeper, right? Like tucked over
Absolutely.
towards the right or even fallen.
I know you're worried about Banana, but at the same time, you got to pick and choose your poison. Astra was just in the middle of nowhere.
Carrie needs to be careful. She's not caught in the middle of nowhere. So she's on the smoke duty. Shop goes MP9 up top. And again, going to be going for a similar play, just bursting through. And it's very similar setup. A fully blinded Shopko is removed. McCary will spam out 1. So that's a great kill to come through. Again, it's almost identical to the round previous. We have a 4-on-3. We have a kit. Player advantage for Latvia.
Yeah, and the thing is, Nada's got all the util. She's going to be the one taking her time to move over here. This time, you've got the best crossfire in the game, but it's only a Mac 10 on Julie. This time, as Astra is taking this deeper line, and she's volleyed into CT.
Yeah, much stronger position, and that Molly CT means K-Day isn't actually forced into the crosshairs. She can just play on the edge of that sentry. Swings out, can't find her kill, and the CTs are getting all the frags. A lot of damage has been done, and Astra just taps one out, looking for the follow-through. Oh my god, Astra, is this really how this round's gonna go? Oh, phenomenal from Astra. Finally, a clutch goes her way after those that failed on Anubis, and what an impactful one.
How does that work, Astra? How on earth do you do that, Astra? Are you joking me?
Unbelievable.
That's the most unlikely one out of the whole lot to convert. You're behind the smoke. Yeah, you got the line up a little bit for the bomb, but you feel like as soon as K-Day is not mollied out of position, they're going to win that just based on the crossfire alone. In fact, she swings on overextends. Julie's the one that gets the kill on the Mac 10. Astra gets 3 on the Galil. It is insanity.
It was so well done from Latvia as well. But you can never account for Astra. 4 Mac-10s and an AK now. So money, it's still not good for France. This can still swing back the other way, but Latvia have lesser weaponry, so they need to find a way to find an opener. Flashbangs and a lot of bodies. There are 4 CTs over here. We can half that number now because Kade and Rachel doing some long division. And it's left nothing for Latvia. Anna dropped a weapon over to her teammates to set that up.
Knife.
And, okay, yeah, go for it, Anna. That
Get
can
some money.
set up that AWP in the future. The double dink takes 3.
That's fine.
She's going to get hounded.
Oh, she's now been heard by Julie. Julie cannot beat her in a foot race.
I think she'll catch her now, finally.
There we go. And poor Martina has just been left all alone. Might be shot to the side of the head. No, instead will collect on K&A. There's no legs to this round, but economic damage would be a nice thing to find yourself within. Just don't die to this Mac-10 or the knife. It will be the AK, and it will be Team France taking the lead once more.
I think that's Rachel that's just kind of on the edge there, darting back and forth with her knife, just being cheeky. All right, well, that's really unfortunate. We celebrated the pistol round coming through, but now we're in the worst possible scenario. You lose against the force fight, your force falls flat, and now you're forced to fully eco.
That's a tongue twister.
I know, I said force like 3 times then.
You already forced it into the sentence.
Yeah, I did not England good.
Where are England at Iesf?
Well, England's not a good Counter-Strike country, I'm afraid. I didn't want to finish my sentence.
We need to get Mia.
Yeah?
And we need... Who else plays in the UK?
Well, you need to get me up.
Mia, we need you and your friends to come and play at IESF. I'll coach. Another fun stack for Latvia. This time over towards Dark. Rachel will find this in a sec. Ace clear, everyone.
What
And she runs away. Of course she lives. And she'll even get around the corner.
Help me, help me.
Who wants
Please help me,
ecos?
Astra. The CDs have been chasing me. They're being big and mean and scary.
She's still alive.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Nope. You know when someone's running away like this and they back turn, I always get like butt clench, you know? Whenever your teammate's doing it, you're like, wow,
Yeah.
they're behind you, what are you crazy?
What are you doing?
Oh my god. She gets another kill now, you know, that's more than you expect. That's an AK scavenge, although Julie looks to try and hunt that down.
Oh, this is...
And I think Julie might just find a couple of cheeky frags. Oh!
Oh,
They're
dear.
kissing on the radiator.
Kiss of death.
That's not a tandem bicycle. Come on, that was good.
I didn't really get it.
A tandem bicycle has 2 seats. My humor is wasted. You took your headset off when I explained it as well. That's the worst part.
No, I understood what you said. A tandem bike. It has 2 seats. I get it. But they were on a radiator, not a bike.
Well, they were on both, you know, like,
Yeah.
whatever. Buzz being really quick, and McCary's got a bit of room,
No
but Rachel
way.
boosted. Gets up just in time.
Oh, I'm sorry, McCary should have had that kill.
Yeah, that's rough.
Sorry, McCary, if you watch this back. But you know, and I know, that should have been your kill.
You just can't, you can't.
Oh, how on earth has that molly gone there? Did you see that? They're throwing the mollies to each other. They're pressed up against each other so it doesn't fall flat, and it goes the other side of CT. Emerald's now looking to make inroads in towards top brackets alongside Julie. They're going to swing together. Martina is up for the challenge. First kill is hers. Second, not so easy. And Naylor can't find anything. Astra has just deleted her.
Yeah, Astra just swings behind her teammate to get that one.
7-2 for Astra. She's picked up Inferno as she left Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, she was undeniable in Anubis, I think. I don't know if we have the rate. In fact, I could probably check the ratings in that game, but I feel like that we're looking at a high 1 point something.
Whilst you do that, you can also give us a score update.
Oh my
and
god!
I'll give you a little save round because Chopko Anna looking to hold on to these M4s. Playing hide and seek once more in towards the T-spawn. Anna's now holding directly opposite where her teammates died in the previous round. Kaede is searching and scouring this B bomb site, but will come up empty-handed. It feels like Chopko will win this fight and get to hold on to the M4. Julie's got no chance, and that's even an AK upgrade.
It's a 1.79 rating.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Here's some score updates.
Go on.
Oh, and I guess that killed. All right. We've got Dust 2 between Sweden and Denmark. That is Sweden's map pick. They are currently 8-2 up, about to be 9-2 up on the T side.
Okay.
Emsan and Tess leading the way on that one.
Go on, Tess.
Yeah, on your Tess.
On your Tess.
I just opened up the game that we're watching. What am I doing?
Oh, that one's 4-1.
Portugal, Netherlands. That's currently 10-10
Sheesh.
on Anubis. So
Okay.
very
Portugal's
close.
map pick.
I just closed it, but Netherlands look like they might just. This next round's actually super crucial.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe we should watch that on my HLTV page instead of watching the game that we're actually casting.
Nope. Let's watch this one, please, because we had 2 save rifles. Naylor's invested in, and look at the pressure being applied here to Makari and Banana. Nade goes deep, but it won't finish the meal. And Chopko's got a lot on her plate. She's only on 32 HP. The defense on B is limping.
But it holds. It holds, and France leave.
Uh-oh.
Okay, forward position. You don't want to go around this corner. Yeah, Emerald. Oh! That is beautiful from Emerald. What a lurk. So calm, so ready. And now Anna inside with the AK. She answers back with a double down on her own. Not out of the woods yet. Pressure coming through. It's Astra that deals with Anna. And with that frag, that was the sole defender. The rotates are coming through Banana late, and as mentioned, they are low.
Unseen by Rachel at least, but you're right, look, they're going to have to save. And I tell you what, Emerald to start with, hot knife through butter on towards those kills from apartments, and then Anna drops the guillotine of her own. And you think, oh, maybe there's something here. Potentially she can rustle up another multi-kill, and Astra just denies. Of course, it's Astra with the important one.
Now, Brandon, would you say that Train is a T or CT-sided map?
CT.
How many rounds on the T side do you think feels good?
5.
So Germany got 10 on the T side.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
And the scoreline is currently 11-10.
Right.
So there have currently been, in 22 rounds of play, 3 CT rounds.
XD. Oh no, a techie.
So that'd be a crazy comeback on the T side if they can pull that off. Meanwhile, Portugal, Netherlands are 11-11, so we are having some insanely close series on a couple of these games. This one still has the chance for it.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really difficult for Latvia. I'm just going to put it bluntly, just because of all the reasons we mentioned before, right? That the fact that France have been playing together, the fact that they continue to keep playing together. They took their strength from Iesf in Riyadh in the World Esports Championship for 2024. They then relayed it over towards Dallas. They then get to the playoffs there, and it's one of those where they didn't show up as happy as they would have hoped for, but now they're out for revenge, and they're on familiar stomping ground where they always do their best work in IESF events, in the European Championships. So it makes sense for them to do well here.
Yeah, we're talking grand finalists, right?
Exactly.
This is the team that expects to win this European event and, you know, go on to do even better things, right? Team that... Sorry?
I was going to say, if they won in that final, they wouldn't even be here. Team Poland would be here instead.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's a team with a notable absence. I would have loved to have seen Team Poland here, but they're too good. They're too good. They skipped this stage, unfortunately, for us. We don't get to watch them here, but maybe a boon for some of these other teams who get to strike out because... I mean, actually, I think that, and maybe this is controversial,
okay,
but you probably won't find it controversial.
Sure.
I think if we did have that rematch today, it'd be a different outcome. I think Team France would be winning that. And I think my biggest reasoning for that is that A, they've stuck together as a squad since then, right? So we've got that full unit, including coach, that went on to become Zerats. They've already had another land under their belt with the ESL Impact, even if it wasn't the results they expected.
Okay.
They've played great this entire season. Whereas Team Poland, I mean, those pieces are fragmented a little bit,
They have
Brandon.
been,
You
they
know,
have been.
as good as that team is, those 5 are together, and how much we love them together.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That's a controversial point, right? That's the counter to the argument. Is when they are together, they are just so damn good.
I miss them. Bring
So do
back
I.
Na'Vi.
Bring back Na'Vi. Absolutely. Look, I feel like Big need a rebuild, so
Oh, return to Poland.
I'm just saying, you could definitely go that way. You've already got Hanker in the ranks. You need an AWPer now. Zana's gone to
my
NIP.
God.
And get Viku, she's a free agent.
Eco Warriors is disbanded.
You've already got
You've
previous
got
history
one
with
of the best
Letty.
AWPers in the world available. Oh my God, Brandon, are we cooking?
Well, I'll leak this a little bit,
Oh
and
my
I'm sure
God.
they won't
Live
mind.
here, Iesf.
I'm sure they won't mind. But it's not an exciting leak. It's the fact that I did an interview, and they asked me, they were like, okay, well, where do you think the direction of these teams are going? And I actually said, for Big, if you wanted to make a rebuild, you wanted to do an international rebuild, I would get Giuliano, Kiosa, Viku back, reunite Viku with Hanker, and then you're looking for an anchor player. I'd get Yun from Team Portugal.
Oh, you've got Paulie still up the
You have got.
sleeve,
Oh yeah,
so-
true. You have got
Yeah,
Paulie
I
still.
think-
So
I
I think you keep Paulie then.
Yeah.
There you go.
She actually performed a lot better, I felt, last time
She
out.
did.
Yeah, so
So that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that you've
Alright,
got
yeah,
previous
you've-
experience there. You can easily just reach and then extend the olive branch. Be like, hey, you wanna, come play for
he's
Big?
cooking. He's cooking. I like it.
I
I like
like
it.
it.
We've got some very exciting. I mean, I don't remember now. Maybe now this event isn't the time to talk about it, but I'm so excited for this season of
Yes,
women's
yeah.
Counter-Strike. There's been so
We can
many.
talk. We can talk about it.
So many big changes, right?
For sure.
Yeah, across the board.
Literally.
We've seen a couple of the players that have changed already
Yeah.
here in Pristina. We saw Zana, congratulated her on the NIP.
Yes.
Great, obviously you're chuffed about that one.
We'll save that for later. We'll
Yeah,
save
we
that
don't
for
need,
ESL
I
Impact.
suppose that's true. But that's a huge pickup for that team. You know, Zana is an incredible player. Can't wait to see her playing with Portugal again.
Yes.
We know that she's a superstar and is the
I did D7 going to Soar. I think it's awesome.
D7 to Soar
It's
is
awesome.
crazy. That one, I think, was the most left field of
Yeah.
all of the announcements.
But do you know what's wild is that actually the more you think about it, the more it makes sense.
No, I
'Cause
like
that
it.
team needed experience.
Yeah, I guess the only thing for me is like, could D7 have been on a better team, right? And no disrespect to Soar Mist, but we're talking about a team that's never made ESL Impact,
Yeah.
right? A team that does desperately need that experience, and that's why it's a great move for them.
However, D7 has done her best work in national teams.
True, true.
So yeah, there's your counter. I love doing these little back and forths where we don't actually know when the game is going
Yeah,
live, so
you
we're just
know,
going to keep just
I
arguing
just thought we
with each
could
other.
just chat
We
and
can just bicker.
podcast.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. That's fine.
Because we haven't really spoken
Oh, I
in
can hear the game.
I was just about to settle in. I was going to tell everyone to get a brew on. We're about to enter podcast mode.
What
but no.
would we call our podcast?
B-dogging. No.
No.
Loose dogging. Loose.
Oh, that sounds even worse.
I think
Loose dogging with Brandon and Lucy. Maybe
No,
not. Let's
no,
carry
no,
on.
Talk again.
Okay. You take this round.
It's Counter-Strike. We're back with a game of it on your screens. 2 teams playing it out on one of the maps. It's Inferno, that map.
Loose dogging. It's so bad. We cannot use
I'm
that
doing
again.
colour commentary.
Okay, do
right
colour.
now.
Do colour.
Yellow. Okay, 6 points out. 1 for 1, but I'm so sorry, Brandon's dying next to me. There was action literally everywhere. Astra and Rachel have found their way through long, though. They've lost its opponent's control. And a bigger nuisance disengages. Keeps it in that 3-on-2. Astra to plant. And Rachel takes the deep position in pit. It's a good post plant, but it's the advantage for Latvia.
It is, but you do know, the thing is, with this smoke on Moto, you know one was in apps, and you can hear one just spamming off shots. Like, it's actually Anna from short side now. And in fact, all of the teammates are going to join with them. Chopko's got the incendiary to drop on Rachel. Flashbang goes forward. Astra doesn't swing yet. It feels like they're going to go in tandem. Time is ticking. and Astra goes first. Rachel doesn't expose herself just yet. Time is still going to be a burden here. Still going to be a problem for Latvia, and Rachel is hiding almost in plain sight. Can she knock the diffuser off? That's going to be the challenge now, and not quite. McCary sticks the bomb, and Latvia get the second round.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Latvia. I mean, there was so much going on in the early stages of that round as they scaled up through middle. Latvia get the advantage off the short setup. They end up with a player up, especially if when Anna gets that kill in the apartments. But out through long, there's a big collapse. Rachel and Astra find that route through. They get the bomb down. It's a strong post plant, but they're so worried about that long smoke push that I feel like they were gonna go for a flash play, but there's no swing off it. And then Astra does swing, but it's just dry. I don't know.
It's because Rachel smokes herself off in big pit. She thinks the smoke's fading, and they can swing on the smoke fade. And because it doesn't go anywhere, she can't then go, and then Astra's then not committed. This boost up will yield a lot of success. Spray's brilliant out of Naylor. She can disengage, you feel like safely, but no, commits to the sidearm in the fight with Martina, and Astra and Kaede pounce.
I didn't hate it because she almost had the chance there, but the thing is, she decided to go for that while her teammate was standing.
Yeah.
And at that point, she's like kind of committed because the brakes come through, her teammate falls, and it's still a decent position for the retake because Kaede is low. Oh, it's a bait setup though.
Nice. Emerald needs to look at the floor. Emerald needs to look at the floor here. Kaede needs to play first. You got double incendiaries. An AWP on the retake is going to be tricky.
Yeah, and against that Stallion trying to remove Astra, and the flashbang is brilliant from Anna. Smoke lands forward as well. You've seen Kaede, but where's Emerald up to? Shots are firing out, and now Emerald will swing. The bomb's being stuck. No! Anna gets off it. She gets nervous, feels she needs to go for the fight, and when you take the fight to Emerald, you need to hit hard. She manages to clutch on through, pick up that AWP, and win the round for France.
Yeah, Emeralds just start shining when the lights are the brightest here in Kosovo. And I cannot believe that she's anchoring so well on CT. She's even anchoring on T side. I mean, the bait and switch was perfect. The fact that Kaede just pulls out her knife there, it puts a lot of panic in Latvia because they start to think, well, hang on, where's Emerald gotten off to? Last place you expect is going to be mini pit, but if Anna just holds that bomb, she was smoked. She was covered.
I feel
there was 2.1 seconds left when she got off it.
I mean, Emerald probably could have got her, I think.
I don't think so.
Eco push, and it's
working.
Anna getting a couple of frags, and all picked up, and oh my god. Deagle is chucked through. Emerald has to clutch up again, but 2 low HP players. She has the bomb as well. I think she knows no one's crossed. I'm just going to get this bomb down, and as soon as it's planted, the chances to win are exponential.
Would you ever save this? I actually really like the save here from Latvia. I know that sounds incredibly weird because it is a 2v1, but think about it. No kits, 28 HP, and you're completely in the dark of where Emerald is. And she stations herself brilliantly. This is the perfect post-pump position to play in this scenario.
They do have a smoke. So Emerald's molly can be mitigated, but the tricky part is the clock. They need to move up. They're running out of time. That bomb needs to be stuck, and it needs to be stuck now. I don't even know if they got enough time. Even if the CVs came through for the full 10, I don't know if they're going to get it regardless, and it doesn't matter. Emerald will take them both down. It was a fun little diffuse position. It's a knife kill that comes through. That was just against USP, so shout out to Latvia for the damage they inflicted.
Fair enough. I was only like wondering about that. You can always argue the save on Inferno, but I was wondering. I was thinking, can Anna afford an AWP? Of course she can. They're on USP. So my mistake there. Latvia do give it a good go, but 7-2 for France is the headline here, especially when Latvia are on the CT side of Inferno. And I know it's a little bit 50-50 now. I know actually the T side is sort of favoured because the incendiaries don't sprint the whole way down Banana. But this is still a egregious scoreline. Astra will trade out Naylor, and then Julie swings in from second mid. Yet again, all these kills are going in favour of France.
I love watching Julie swing. Like, she is not a player that's, is timid in her approach to any angle. Like, she just embraces CS2 wide swinging to its fullest.
I think she's probably one of the most improved players because of CS2.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think Zaz is another player that we saw quickly adapt to the play style, and it's the Boomers that are the ones that are thriving in the new game. Oh, that smoke is just protecting Rachel in the pit.
Oh, what a molly. What a molly.
Hop off. Yeah, hop off and save.
That $400 of investment has just annihilated any chance of going for that retake. Right? It's so
Brandon.
good.
Overtime between Portugal and the Netherlands.
Okay.
Missy actually leads the charge.
And
Sausage
Lara
wins.
on Team Portugal as well. That's awesome to see.
Yeah, interesting. Hunt will take down one, but if they hold on to the two, I think they'll be fine because Ayla's loaded, so they can drop an AWP. Oh, actually, they don't need to drop the AWP. They're saving the AWP. So yeah, they're absolutely fine to this next round. Oh, Sweden 13-2.
Oh no.
That is exceptional.
Tess 17 and 8, Msan 17 and 7.
That is a very impressive outing.
That's their map pick, right?
Yeah.
Tactical timeout for Latvia. 1 remaining. Remember, in that first half as well of Anubis, all the way back in map 1, it was Latvia the ones that taken all the pauses. France never really took their foot off the gas. They just wanted to keep playing and playing and playing. And remember, this is also Latvia with a pistol round. So all that argument about the first 6 rounds, and yeah, it was true.
If they'd been managed to not get reset, right, we should be sitting on like 4-6. I'm bad at maths.
We're not.
We're not though. We're not, exactly.
AWP out again for Anna. Needs to chime in, needs to find a kill early. Has a look in towards the apartments. Has to really be careful here. Hasn't really got the support. And the timing is awful, but she lives.
Crazy she lives. And then Tina get a kill. So acceleration. Anna hits that quick shot. She goes back for more. That is fast from the sniper. And despite getting timed on that initial encounter, she makes up for it in spades. Rachel. 1 versus 4. Bomb is dropped in the apartments. Plucked down by Anna. Now slides into short. Ready for Rachel to peek out from this side. But oh my god!
Uh-oh.
That was insanely fast from Rachel, and now you start to sweat.
She wins these. That's the thing that now enters Rachel's head, is that I can win these, especially with that second shot. She's trying to piece it together. Where on earth has McCary gotten off to? B-rotate isn't here, it's down Banana.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like, you haven't seen McCary at this point. You know that she has to be coming through middle.
Do they know about the bomb?
That flash forward comes in. Rachel, back turn, another freebie. No, it can't be like this. It can't be like this. It is like this. Rachel, 1 versus 4. And Latvia left scratching their heads.
Drink it in, lap it up. Because tell you what, that is exceptional. And that might just be the clutch of the tournament. We get it in map 2 of our first best of 3. And it's exactly what you said, Lucy. Quiet start for Rachel. Map 1 comes alive in map 2. When it matters, delivers, deletes. And all but guarantees France win this series 2-0.
She's not slowing down. Will be put down after 1. I mean, Anna's got to feel so hard done by too after the amazing kill she gets. It's not her fault she gets deleted by Rachel. That swing from long was outrageous.
So what happens there, I think, but now if we take a step back and look at the bigger picture, I don't think they were aware the bomb was in apartments.
Yeah, they were holding for Rachel to walk all the way around.
Yeah.
I think I don't know.
They might
maybe
have
not.
known,
But like,
you got to be covering long at that point.
they flashed through middle, right, and they saw no one was out long, and there was just that timing.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
And now look at this. Anna, nearly had the chance to grab a kill here. Instead, Astra just peeks on the angle. Crouches right into the crosshair. Emerald's now going to start announcing her arrival out of Boiler. Martina will at least trade with 45 seconds left. For us, they don't care about that because Emerald's kept the rotations over at A and the bomb's planted.
3-on-3 in the retake. At least Latvia have everything they need. Naila has a full set of util. And there's 2 kits in play. She's still smoking Molly for Astra too, so that could be annoying. She's split out Banana, see no one is there, so starts to move over, throws her own flames forward. She's got to brave that smoke if her teammates fall. It's going to come down to this fight from K-Day first, still through. Julie will find that kill, they double up. And And it's all onto Martino. The 1v2 tap on the bomb and then the tap through, and it's all a distraction to allow Julie to swing. Double digits at the half, 10-2 for France.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Latvia, but to be honest with you, this is what I more expected on Inferno, just because of how good Team France are and just how well they play off each other. And there were some really good retake attempts in here, or in this first half for Latvia. Also the same, to be honest, on Anubis. So I feel like they are conducting themselves really well. They've got a clear understanding of what they want to do, but some of these plays from the individuals, Julie stepping up in this round, obviously Rachel's 1v4, Astra doing the damage, that ridiculous Galil 3k as well. It is absurdity of the highest order. Have we got a score update on that Portugal game?
Well, I'm looking at HTV. It's currently 14-15 to Portugal, but I can see one of the teams walking away right now, so that does confirm to me that the outcome is settled on that one.
We're not messing about in the half-time break. No time to put the camera back on. We go straight fly into the action here. Anna's got all the utility here for Latvia. And look at this from France. They are just barreling their way down middle. Anna gets a rude awakening. Remember, that was all the util. And now all the kills are coming in for France as well. Julie and the USP. Name a more iconic duo, Chopko. Just fed to the Lions. And you can't tame the beasts. 11-2 for France.
That's decimation, isn't it? That's just salt in the wounds.
For the highest order.
Camembert on the croissant. I don't know why you do that. I was just thinking of French things.
Rachel's got a P90.
Okay. Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
this is BM.
No, she won in V4 and she deserves to. I think you've earned the right at that point.
Okay. Fine.
Just run down Banana with it. All right.
Probably.
Yep. Let's see then. P90 from Rachel charging forth, and they see nothing, so they're a little concerned. This is going to be a flash play for Rachel. No, just a smoke forward. They're going to brave their way here. P90 spraying ahead, and only good for one. And
nice.
The nade from Rizkados, that's actually opened up this bomb site. Astra will try and rise, and will get ahead of the first player, but dome through the smoke. So, Latvia, they see your BM and they raise you one, a 3-on-2 in the post plant.
Chopko's on Banana with a P90.
Oh no.
I guess it's twofold because you just give the T's a horrible weapon to work with. Double up between Emerald and Julie through coffins. They don't see anything right now. They start to be a little bit vocal about this. The player in from Paul can do something, and Chopko will find Emerald with that P90. 11-3.
Well, are you happy with yourself, Rachel?
Probably. She's 17-9.
How did Kayano get naded? That's my question.
Basically, they threw it from bottom banana to top banana.
Oh, they threw a grenade at her. Yes, thank you.
What do you mean, how did she get naded? They flashed through the banana smoke, and then they layered double nades up the top.
All right, thank you. That's the color I was looking for. That. There. Woke up on the wrong side of the croissant this morning, didn't you?
Yep. I will say, actually, whilst we've got a brief respite, because France will save these weapons, shout out the French community broadcasts, Croissant Strike. That is the best names for community broadcast ever, hands down. And thank you in general for supporting the scene and providing coverage.
I mean, Chopper's just got to use his P90 now. It's like, well, you're not going to get rid of it. It's actually kind of a decent weapon at times. It's not good to buy, but it's better than, you know, other guns.
It sucks.
It's got 50 bullets, incredible fire rate, insane movement accuracy.
It's dead. Thank God. Are you talking about the P90 or the Bison?
No, the Bison's awful. The P90 is actually If it was the same price as the other SMGs and and had the same kill reward, it would be better than the other SMGs, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course, but it isn't.
So it is a good weapon to have, like, over any other SMG. If you
No,
pick it up,
no.
it's better using. I would prefer it over a Mac 10.
Really?
If I had, yeah, of course, it's a better gun, just in terms of all the technical stats. Of course, though, you use it more like an MP7 than you do like a Mac 10, so it does play different.
It sucks.
Oh yeah, I hate it. It's not in my loadout. Why is it in Rachel's loadout?
For
Good
moments
question.
like this. Another nade? Oh, it doesn't hit the mark. Feels like that one was going to do
So
more damage.
that's how they did it.
Yeah. That is it. Emerald, P250 in hand. Crossfire sort of set up, but also a little bit baity in on Rachel, who is half HP with an MP9. There's a third player and a fourth player coming over towards the same bomb site. Kede is doing her best to block Banana, and so far it's working. I lied.
Or is it? Yeah, looks like they want to try and push the issue on this, and Kede might be in for a while to her. Yeah, they're ahead of the util. She gets taken out by the M4 leading the charge. And that will be the bomb site taken. 5 on the board for Latvia.
I feel like you give this a little bit of a look in here if you're Team France. You got a couple of eco kills in the round prior. Nayla's got to be careful not to lose her AK. And wow, Emerald just jumps. Emerald jumps, completely offsets the crosshair. Judy's able to get that kill. Flashbang won't affect the carry, but the bullets will. Judy finds another on the MP9. This will not be a round that they go for, but it's a round that they can now evolve their SMGs into AKs.
There's an M4 and Banana if you guys want it. No, they want to look for the exits elsewhere because, okay, this is clever, right? You've got these kills in Banana, you made it feel like you're not going to be over there, so they're exiting instead towards CT, and it's a chance to get more frags, and if they had anything but MP9s, maybe there was a chance. It is damage, but the AWPs pick back up. It's not too damaging, really, for Latvia. They've still got plenty enough across the board. Even all faster we do. Be passed over. Ancient Decider, and if we get there, it's because Rachel bought a P90 in the second round of the second half.
We're not getting them, sorry.
But I love the storyline.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's funny. I like to laugh. Even if it's at the expense of France. That's me trying to get my British citizenship.
Yeah, thank you. It didn't go unnoticed. Rachel with the French weapon, spraying a little bit wildly in towards top Banana, then plays anti. Astra holding the line here in towards middle, doesn't see a thing. It looks to potentially be an Apps burst, but for now, Latvia have got the control. And France are completely in the dark about this. They have no info on what's going on across the entire map.
Yeah, Astra will now peel through to take a bit of a deeper look. She heard that flash, sees no one has progressed off the back of it. But yeah, it's complete darkness.
The thing is, if you're Team France, you have to have Rachel here with Kayode, because if you think about it for Latvia, the last 3-4 rounds you've gone to B, only Kayode's been here.
One smoke, one flash is what's in the pocket.
Oh, it's worrying that the smoke is on Rachel, not Kayode.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to drop that right about now. Oh, it's going to be used defensively. So the flash forward, smoke comes in, and KD might be left to the wolves here. We'll still get a frag, and then the swing comes through, but doesn't connect. Instead, it's Astra through the smoke, a break on it, and Julie, a spray on it. It's on to McCary. 1 versus 3. Time ticking down, and players everywhere. Smoke is still up. She finds another 2 to drop down to CT. That'll give us some room to breathe. But time's the killer. It's going to hit that 10-second mark, and sure, even the boost comes through and you get that kill. How do you plant the bomb? They're just going to swarm. They're not going to give you the opportunity, and it's Astra's AWP that finds the frag, and France that finds series point.
Yeah, fair play Rachel, because even though she dies there, she does enough. She takes all the attention away from CT. and she drops that defensive smoke, makes it really hard to kill her. Kaede is doing a lot of damage. I think she even gets one before she falls. It just means that Astra can get the kill. She can take her time to maybe get another one through the smoke, but the important thing is you're buying all this time for the rotations to come over. 3v1, you're whittling down this offense. They're able just to play it all together. 7 series points for Team France.
2 Tech 9s for Latvia.
This is all off the back of the amount of economic damage when Latvia went hunting for Team France in the close of some of these rounds when they were working with bare minimum.
Yeah, France getting that cheeky on Banana, moving to CT, just whittling them down. Fun little flash. Oh, Emerald. She is so aware.
Oh, wow.
There's a bit of U-shell that's been thrown, signaled this. Something has got her spidey senses tingling. And the drive-by attempted, but it's a fly through. Emerald takes 2. They do manage to get in, get the bomb down, and the smoke's available. They can smoke off long. Oh, 2 smokes go long. You would have loved that second smoke to be available. They've seen that no one's in short. So Naylor's going to move into the apartments. They're going to double up in apps. That would seem silly, but no, it's going to be a short play with the Molly and a flash through, trying to force the issue. No smoke. So this Molly that Martina has can be round winning if she can get it off, and there it goes. On the mark, thrown forward, and Martina's dealt with. Now Naylor in the apps, looking to try and disrupt the defuse. She'll find that frag. It's the no-scope that comes through. But I don't think there's time, is there? Kaede's on the bomb, trying to defuse it, and she just gets it. Down to a millisecond. But the defuse comes through, and France take the series 2-0.
That's so upsetting because Naylor plays that so perfectly right at the end. You spoke about the Molly being thrown in. She jiggles.
The no-scope.
She does get no-scope, but she jiggles. She gets the player off the defuse. Kaede even takes half a second to then get on the bomb. You think, that's it, that's enough. Play's going to be extended. No, not quite. That's heartbreak for Latvia. But to be honest with you, a much better showing, especially on Anubis, than I thought. I think expectations blown out the water.
Yeah, I think coming into this, we kind of looked at Latvia in this group in particular as a team that was going to have a lot of difficulty. It was going to be the underdog, I think, in most of these matchups. But I think from what we saw on the team today, they're definitely a team that can potentially catch some of the other teams here off guard.
I think so.
I think France is always going to be the hardest opponent.
Yes.
That's for everyone here. France is going to be the toughest opponent. So for them to show up on day one with teams that are players that are inexperienced on land against a team like France, I'm really impressed.
I think so. And look, it's going to hurt, obviously losing, but you got to take confidence from these games. You got to take confidence in the fact that Tropco's getting multi-kills on the CT side. Naylor's having some really good impact. Anna and McCary are showing up in these moments. And Martina, every single one of these players is having moments when it matters. It's so important for them to keep the confidence, keep the faith, and also just enjoy playing land, because we're all here at the end of the day to experience this entire event. It's your first game done. You've got more to play, and there's definitely more potential here.
Yeah, absolutely. For Team France, sure, they come into this expecting to take this one. They do take it 2-0, which I think is what many would have thought. Probably we thought was going to be the outcome. But yeah, a little closer than maybe it could have been, particularly in Anubis. There's stuff for them to maybe look back on. But there was definitely some really strong points. You mentioned the variations on Anubis, in particular that T side, the different pace that they applied across that half looked pretty good. We saw Astra phenomenal across both maps. Rachel, Inferno was her playground, as we kind of expected it to be. So they've come in looking pretty hot.
Yeah, they have. They definitely have, which is quite fitting on Inferno. And I really do think that map in particular, they will be using that a lot here in this competition. And the thing is, for Team France/Savants, they've got such a deep map pool compared to other teams at this event that they're definitely going to be flexing that a lot. And we saw that with Team Poland as well when they were in Riyadh. Like, that's how these best teams operate. That's how they're able to do this, because they're able to flex the strong maps, and even their weak maps look good against some of these oppositions.
I tell you what, though, that's what I really liked about. We saw that Germany and Slovakia were playing train, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Germany must have picked into that. It worked out for them, but it got way closer than it should have from a 10-2 half. I'll just rattle through the updates. Thing is, that is how we're in the game of the day, guys. So we will be back tomorrow with more. But I'll wrap you through what kind of has happened so far.
Yeah, let's do it.
This is actually the first series to complete, 2-0 victory. We had Portugal-Netherlands. That was the other, I think that was a real title card matchup. And that was Portugal winning that out in OT on Anubis, 16-14.
Netherlands map pick.
Netherlands map pick. We had Sweden versus Denmark, already mentioned. absolute blowout.
Yeah.
That one, I think, I didn't expect it to be so one-sided. I thought
No,
that was going to
me
be game of
neither.
the day, really.
Yeah.
I actually thought that, 13-2, insane. But brilliant stuff from Sweden.
For sure.
And then Slovakia, Germany, as mentioned, Germany just about closing that map 1. They're into map 2 right now, and I think all those series have moved into map 2 as we finish out map 2.
Yeah, and that's it. We obviously, you can keep up to date on the community streams, you can keep up to date on HRTV as well, but that is all the coverage on the main broadcast for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching all the broadcasts for the day as well. We've got CS, we've still got Dota going on as well, so make sure you go and check that out. But for now and for tonight, that is all for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow for 2 more best of 3s. We'll see you then.
Andra, Sydflak, Zemrazjar. Në Kosovë, aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja në mbetin zemër. Munësh me urzu. Munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorëzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronj u banëm vetë. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frymë e andrat marrin havë. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tanë.
Fatoni edhe bashkë me krejtë vet e din që s'ka me internet e pakot telkosit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, Sydflak, Zemrazjar. Në Kosovë, aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja në mbetin zemër. Munësh me urzu. Munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorëzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronj u banëm vetë. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frymë e andrat marrin havë. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tanë.
Fatoni edhe bashkë me krejtë vet e din që s'ka me internet e pakot telkosit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, Sydflak, Zemrazjar. Në Kosovë, aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja në mbetin zemër. Munësh me urzu. Munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorëzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veçnalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronj u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.
Ky o Fatoni, edhe bashkë me krejtësninë e vet, e din që s'ka me internet e pako telkusit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, syt flak, zemra zjarr. Në Kosovë, aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla, ne u rritëm, por loja na mbetin zemër. Munësh me urzu, munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorëzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veçnalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronj u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.
Ky o Fatoni, edhe bashkë me krejtësninë e vet, e din që s'ka me internet e pako telkusit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, syt flak, zemra zjarr. Në Kosovë, aty ku andrat nisën ekranet vogla, ne u rritëm, por loja na mbetin zemër. Munësh me urzu, munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me u dorëzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veçnalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronj u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.
Ky o Fatoni, edhe bashkë me krejtësninë e vet, e din që s'ka me internet e pako telkusit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
syt flak, zemra zjarr. Në Kosovë, aty ku ëndrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja na mbeti në zemër. Munësh me urzu, munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me odorzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronjt u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.
Fatoni edhe bashkë me krejt shoqërinë vet e din që s'ka me internet e pakot telkosit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, syt flak, zemra zjarr. Në Kosovë, aty ku ëndrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja na mbeti në zemër. Munësh me urzu, munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me odorzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronjt u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.
Fatoni edhe bashkë me krejt shoqërinë vet e din që s'ka me internet e pakot telkosit.
Telkos, dashnin lidhje të parë.
Andra, syt flak, zemra zjarr. Në Kosovë, aty ku ëndrat nisën ekranet vogla. Ne u rritëm, por loja na mbeti në zemër. Munësh me urzu, munësh me u thy fituesit. Ata nuk din me odorzu. Ata kapin majat, se synimi është veç nalt. Heronjt I takuem, e heronjt u banëm vet. Në Kosovë, aty ku toka merr frym e ëndrat marrin hov. Hajde ta djegim arenën. Tash është koha me shkrujt emnin tan.